It's the west side and it's the east side. And them like Puerto Rico.
Bullet dodged.
The west side just black.
Bullet dodged, my guy. So you're good. Don't worry about it.
Perfect.
Where's Disney? See, this...
Why does this keep happening? I bonked something. YouTube is timing me out because I have ad block. Yeah, it is. Interesting.
Making a huge level for your game is a terrible
U-block.
idea, because, well, it's
what I'm
obviously
using.
more work, and bigger doesn't equal better. And also, if you have a bigger level, that
So
means
I
that
don't
you
know
have
why
to
you're
fill it with
special.
more content. Otherwise, it's gonna get boring. And
We on stream got U-block together because you said it wasn't U-block. Do you not remember that? I guess it's U-block Lite, which is set up. Oh, that's AdGuard. Hang on. There you go. U-block Lite. Which supposedly has advantages because of the way its manifest works. No. It literally was recommended because it handles the manifest 3 shit better. I don't think U-block is the reason. I don't think U-block has anything to do with it. Something else about your setup is probably why you're not having issues, like the fact you're on Linux. There's a lot of weird DRM stuff that revolves around OSs for some reason.
all of that content has to be good, and it's gonna be
Like, I can't watch Peacock on Linux. As an example, because of DRM.
harder to make good. But we're doing all of that anyway. Here's why. We're making Abrasion, an exploration-focused horror game set inside an ancient megastructure. To be fair, the game isn't a massive open-world adventure, but it's big for its genre.
It's really dark and hard to see in video form.
And way bigger than anything the two of us have ever made. We've made games for about 10 years, but many of them have been game jams or other small projects. In 2021, we released Horror Dungeon 3D. It's a simple horror game, but has been played millions of times. We started thinking about a much bigger game idea at this point, but it was too huge to actually make. In 2023, we made a small game jam game, Death Row, using some ideas from that project. The game turned out pretty good, so at the beginning of 2024, we decided to take it one step further and
This is where Stead unnecessarily criticizes me about states. Oh, it's Teddies and state machines again. I wonder what those things are on the top left. Can't be states. Mustn't be. He can't be using an enumerator to define states for his game. I'm just griefing you, dude. They're just so incredibly important, and they frustrated me for so long that I spoke about them a lot because there was one vital piece I was missing when it came to actually making them that I misunderstood. Yeah, it was a very, very simple thing too. Like, let's say you have a variable called x that is equal to something. Say 1, x equals 1, and you have another one called y equals 2. How do you switch their values? Right? It's so incredibly simple. It's so incredibly simple that it's like, fuck. I don't know how I missed it. But seriously, how would you switch their values? If you've been doing like CPU level state machines and stuff, you know what the answer to this is. If you have two variables, one called x that's equal to 1 and one called y that's equal to 2, how do you switch their values? So that x is 2 and y is 1. How do you switch them? Without using some convoluted arithmetic, because you could, but... It's so incredibly stupid and simple. It's like, oh, and I didn't see. Have you never done like a sorting algorithm or anything? It's so simple, dude. There is one pretty much objectively best way to do it. But yeah. So like if you were doing like a sorting algorithm, you would do something very similar actually for pretty much any number of values. So you could have 30 values, right? Well, let's say we have 25 values from A through Y that go from 1 through 25, right? But those values are not in ascending or descending order, but you want to sort the values in ascending or descending order and then reassign them to the variables so that A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, etc. You would do the exact same thing. It actually does not matter how many values there are. This one simple thing will let you do it quickly and easily. And then it's just a loop or recursion or whatever to actually assign the values. Well, if you're actually sorting, you would also need an algorithm to sort before you then assign, or you would do them at the same time. It depends. But it's literally as simple as just defining Z. You just need a third value. So if X is 1 and Y is 2, you just need Z. And then it's literally as simple as Z equals X, X equals Y, Y equals Z, and you've reversed the values. Congratulations. Right? And it does not matter how many values you have, you can do that exact same thing. Which means that when I was trying to make state machines, what I was doing was the equivalent of saying that X was equal to Y, but now that X's value has changed, I can no longer assign Y the value of X. And so you have a placeholder state. That was literally the answer to the question was, oh, I just need to define my previous state, right? And my current state. That's it. As long as I have an extra state placeholder, then I can revolve through the enumerated states very easily. I mean, I guess you can, but that's not traditionally how you do it. Because what I just described is literally what every state machine looks like. I've never seen a state machine use XOR. I'm sure there probably is one somewhere, but I've literally never seen one that used XOR. They just have two values for state, previous and current. That's how they do it. Whenever you're doing sorting algorithms, they do the exact same thing. And if you're doing a simple like value switch, they also do it that way. They literally just add one extra placeholder variable that is of the same data type as X and Y in my example. So you'd have like int, you know, int X equals 1, int Y equals 2, int Z equals, and then you could, I guess, go ahead and initiate it, say 0, but I feel like, I don't know if I like that. Because if something goes crazy, then you're going to accidentally insert 0 into your sort. X or Y could end up being equal to 0, which is unintended. Although, actually initiating to 0 and that occurring would tell you right away that you fucked up somewhere. So maybe you should initiate. I don't know. Because it would be pretty obvious if none of your values are 0 except your placeholder value. When 0 shows up in your sorted values, you're going to be like, oops, what did I do?
2 of my university friends also joined the project.
But really, that was it. That was
So
that
we
was
have
the
a
thing
team
that
of
made
4
me. That's
people.
why I couldn't
We're
get
using
state
Godot to
machines to
make the
work
game.
because I wasn't. I was just overriding values like a dumbass for forever too, for like a really long time. And then when I figured it out, I'm like, this is the most stupidly simple solution ever in the entire world. How stupid am I that I never thought to do this, not once? Like, I felt like a fucking moron because it was such a simple answer that I don't know.
It lets you use.
That's why I talk about it so much, is basically me beating myself up over being a moron.
As 3D models. It's not a perfect workflow, but it has the huge benefit of.
I'm sorry to keep pausing, but that's another benefit of working with people on things. Because if I had been working with someone on it, they would have probably told me within 5 minutes what my problem was. And then, you know what I mean? That's one benefit of working with people on making things. It doesn't even mean, they don't even have to be good. They just have to be able, they just have to be like a rubber ducky to bounce ideas off of. Now, rubber duckies are good, but I don't think they're as good as actual people.
Of being able to model something in Blender and immediately see changes in the game without manually exporting or importing the file again. The first version of the game.
What was he using to do that?
4 people. We're using Godot to make the game. It lets you use blend files directly as 3D models.
Is he using the plugin, or did they upgrade Godot where that just works now?
It's not a perfect workflow, but it has the huge benefit of being able to model something in Blender and immediately see changes in the game without manually exporting or importing the file again.
I'm gonna have to look at that because I'm curious if it sees all the individual materials and stuff.
The first version of the game had just a simple level and a character controller, but we already did some playtesting at a local game dev event to help steer the game into
I feel like it doesn't. That was Braxton's
the
problem.
right direction. The workflow between Blender and Godot allowed me to change things very easily, but the initial level design was just too linear and lacked interesting options for movement.
It looks very quaky.
The second version of the level was much better and had more interesting interconnected routes. It just didn't serve our gameplay loop very well, so we threw that one out and
I know what you mean now, but I'm trying to remember how I implemented mine and see. I had to use some random ass library for a chip. Yeah, so it's weird because I could see using something like XOR when you're closer to hardware. I could see that. I just have never seen that implemented with a video game state machine, right? And I wish I had figured it out sooner because I labored over it for so long. That's why I talk about it, is because it's like, fuck, I can't believe that this incredibly simple answer was just sitting in front of me the entire time, right? Just no, XOR wouldn't really be used, and that's what I said. So what I'm saying is that I could see the use of XOR with things that are closer to hardware, not necessarily. Did I say state machines? I might have. But no, I could see XOR with things that are closer to hardware is what I meant to say. So if I said that, I misspoke. Although I am really curious how you're using state machines for robots. That actually sounds legit fun as fuck. Makes college here seem miserable. I don't get to play with robots.
We're still playtesting and fixing
I loved robotics when I was a kid, and I seriously considered going into it, but I was just too poor.
sections that are frustrating or too confusing to players.
I used to make robots when I was really little, like 2nd, 3rd grade. And about what you would picture a 2nd or 3rd grader make, by the way. It wasn't anything too crazy. It was usually fucking Legos and wire.
But
I am amazed I have not electrocuted myself to
the
death.
map is starting to come together nicely. I also made new textures using Substance Designer and started expanding the level, while also adding details to existing areas. My level design process is very loose. The game has different areas that aim to invoke a certain mood, and we usually have a clear idea of where we want the player to go, but those things only act as a starting point for level design. The rest falls on intuition. I simply create whatever seems good in the moment, and later test if it works in the game.
The only issue that I see so far, but he's almost definitely super early, is everything looks kind of the same.
Sometimes it does, but I often go back and forth to achieve a result that I like. I've drawn layouts, maps, and concepts on
His art is actually solid, though. For concept art, pretty solid.
paper, which can be helpful, but the areas usually end up looking very different in-game anyway. After an area has been fully blocked out, I start adding props like pipes and beams.
He does add something actually in the game engine that gives it more versatility, I guess. Like it introduces something that makes it seem a little less repetitive.
Sometimes modeling unique assets to add recognizable landmarks and visual interest. Doing all of this work in Blender is quite nice, because I don't have to worry about switching back and forth between a level editor and a 3D modeling package.
The thing that would mess with me, though, again, is like if you wanted to change footsteps based on material, I'm pretty sure the way Blender works, it treats it all as one gigantic material. So you would have to layer things in Blender and then export individual layers and then assign those layers to like a unique footstep sound.
The world is the most important part of this game, so level design is
This looks really cool. And he also has some interesting like dither shader over top of it.
very time consuming. But after each iteration, the level becomes more interesting to navigate and explore. It might be a horrible idea to make a big, complex level, but it is what makes Abrasion unique. All of us are still students, and we work on this game in our spare time. Abrasion is gonna be our first release on Steam, and we're hoping eventually to sustain ourselves with the games that we make. It's not gonna be a perfect game, but it's gonna be a solid experience for anyone who's interested in diving into this bleak world that we're creating. The release is only a few months away, and we actually have a small demo on Steam already.
He uses a
but I
ThinkPad.
recommend waiting for the full release. That's about it for this first devlog. Make sure to wishlist Abrasion on Steam, and maybe see you next time.
It could be pretty cool, but it's just another megalithic game. And I don't mean that in a negative way, but what makes it stand out? The same critique I had about Black Shard, even though Black Shard was beautiful, was there wasn't really a game there. And I honestly don't mean that disrespectfully. I'm not trying to be too critical. Yeah, so looking at what he showed here, which this is his first devlog, I didn't see any of the horror survival elements other than it's dark. So if he does actually have good gameplay that requires you to try and survive horrors, that's great. That's amazing. I'd love to see that. It also says, it says environmental storytelling, which could be cool, but I also didn't get any kind of inkling of like a narrative. There was no story shared here. You don't necessarily have to have an explicit plot, but you know, I don't know. I'm sure I don't even have to keep an eye out for this. You guys will probably share it with me again when it gets closer. Unless there's already a demo out. Oh, there is a demo. Okay, hang on. We might test it. Ancient megastructure. You've been captured and enslaved by mysterious figures. Oh my god, Steam, you didn't need to do it twice. You didn't need to take my screen out of focus twice. That wasn't necessary. Once was enough. With retrieving valuable resource from the depths of an ancient facility, but it may not be as abandoned as it looked. Will you accept your fate or find a way to escape enslavement? Interesting. Okay. Now I click Steam and it won't come up. Ooh, I hate Windows 11. It's not Steam's fault. It's Windows 11 being obnoxious. It does a lot of weird stuff I don't like. How big is it? It's pretty small. It's only 10 minutes though. So we'll see how it goes. Oh, that's Grand Theft Auto. I was like, what in the world? Air freight cargo? Do we have like an air freight like simulator game? There's an autopsy simulator that's coming out about a mortician that is slowly going insane. And he works as a mortician. It's a autopsy simulator game. That looks cool as fuck. I would be very interested to play that. It looked neat. All right, let's see how this goes. I'll turn this off because this game is dark. Okay, pay attention. You might make it out. I'm glad they kept that short. You got to be careful with the exposition. It would be cooler to actually see you being captured and stuff, but I understand for an indie team that's kind of asking a lot, right? Like I can't. Is there a flashlight or anything? Hang on. What is in my hand? Okay, how big is this room? Very, very small. Is it meant to be this time? Okay. So I'm gonna go get blood. Oh, thank you for turning the light on, dude. Oh, okay, so this is where I bring the blood. Okay. Now the elevator works? Well, that's crazy. I guess they had to add power or get power to it. The controller feels good. The collisions are a little odd. Uh-oh. Oh, it froze up. It works some of the wiring we talked about. I need a couple more tools to complete the override. I heard some sounds coming from the tunnels. It might be a Cycler 6. Be careful. I'll leave a note near the overwrite room. Okay. And then how do I get the syringe? Ah, okay. Is this the syringe? Yeah. And then can I get blood from him? Why didn't it add the key? That's weird. Okay. There's a key. Syringe. How do we use it? Can we not use it on this guy, I guess? Can't do anything with those, I don't guess. That's the elevator. Aw. There is gameplay. Yeah, it's spelled wrong. But there is actually gameplay. Like, already there's something going on, you know? I approve of that. Okay, we can switch. What about using key? Key. Oh, it worked. Okay, then flip switch. Oh, button. Ah, okay. Thought I saw a person there, but I guess not. Oh, here we go. No, too old. Okay, well that sucks. It looks like an up or a down. Can you guys see this okay? Hang on. We'll use game capture. Color correction. Close. I believe that color correction should, yeah, have increased gamma. So hang on. Well, it just depends on how dark your room is. That's why I turned my light off. Like, I can't see jack shit, hardly. What you guys see now is so much more clear. Like, I'm actually looking over at my second monitor to try and see what I see. Yeah, because there were points where it was literally a completely black screen with a reticle. That was it. Can you jump? Oh, I could make that. Can you run? Hang on. Yeah. Oh. Oh, is there like a little parkour section here? Yeah, yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, but I can't get out of this little parkour section, I don't think. Shit. Okay, not so bad. It feels okay. It's not like... There's nothing too special about it. But it works. It's fine so far. It's pretty straightforward. You've got your crouches toggle, or your controls toggle crouch. Shift. Shift is unfortunately not tied to running, so it expends... Hang on. It expends stamina just holding shift. So they're going to have to fix that. They need an and statement that says if shift and W is pressed, then you affect stamina. Having it tied directly to just the shift key is not correct. Okay, there's no power there. So I got to get power to it, I think. It doesn't feel... I mean, the walk speed feels fine. The run speed feels fine. The look is pretty tight. There's no smoothing or anything added to it, which I prefer. It's not overly sensitive. Shit. Maybe a little bit sensitive, but not too bad. I feel like this is a power thing. Oh. Well, that's not gross at all. Well, now that it's full... Boy, they sure do like their pits. Let's back this way. Steam of some kind. Well, it doesn't dead end, which is amazing. I feel like... Was there something there? I didn't see it. Was there like a thing? I heard a thing. I didn't see a thing. Was there a thing? Fuck. Well, I didn't... They maybe shouldn't have ended that so fast. I get that it's a demo. But that's interesting that I managed to miss the monster in the demo completely. Whoops. We'll do it again. Let's go see if we can see a monster. Just trying to get there in a hurry. It's only 10 minutes. Can you bring the blood back successfully? Or no? this is where I was. So to get to the blood is literally just straight back here. Right. We want to see the monster. Let's get a little bit of stamina built up so that I can run at it when we get there. Hey, buddy. We found him. Cool. So you can whiz through that if you know where you're going. I wonder if they're going to randomize the dungeons or not. Wish I felt better, chat. It's just because of work. I'm very tired. If I come off as like crass or grouchy, I don't mean to be. I'm not in a bad mood other than feeling kind of achy. I wish it was a longer demo. It depends on how much they sell this for. I'd pay $2 for it maybe. Just because I respect the grind. You know what I mean? We can uninstall this. What's this updating to now? 4.4? I thought, yeah. Interesting. What is the data leak and inside job? Oh, wow. Yeah, it is. Yeah. You don't have to get it that way, but I do. One benefit to having Godot on stream and Ace Sprite on Steam is that when there's an update, it will tell you that there's an update queued. So you don't have to necessarily, because I think it has a built-in updater. But it's like easy to miss unless they've changed it. It might be in settings. Ah, see down here, I think is what it is. I'm pretty sure if you have an old version, you used to be able to like click this to update it. But yeah, you can, you can track your time in it. You can track whether there's an update for it, but it is totally portable. Like, you can use something like apt or Pac-Man to grab it, or you can use their website and literally just go grab a copy of it. See, it recognizes I'm on Windows, so it won't show, but it's the same for Linux. You can have it completely portable if you want. So yeah. I'm going to take some headache medicine, I think. Come here. But yeah, I haven't been keeping track of the updates, but apparently they've done some pretty massive things in Godot recently. I'm kind of curious. Let's see what we can find. Let's see what Games from Scratch has to say
Hello,
about it.
ladies and gentlemen, it's Mike here at Game from Scratch, and the wait for Godot 4.4 is over. And I'm going to start things off with
That's actually a
somewhat
cool-looking
possibly
character.
Controversial statement. I think, in my opinion at least, this is the best release yet. It's been that way with some software. I think Unreal Engine 5 was probably the best release there.
Oh, dude, I don't know about that. I feel like Unreal has been struggling since 3, but that's just me. Like, there's a lot of really great features. It's just so wildly unoptimized. It just runs like garbage. They're really good for making smaller games, ironically, because it's built for AAA games. But the smaller, less impactful games run on it better.
Blender 2.8 was the best release. Doesn't mean it's the best version, but in terms of releases, this is the one I am most excited about. And frankly, it's because of a lot of small quality of life details. So we're going to jump in and take a look at Godot 4.4, what you should be excited about. Let me know what you think of this release down below. By the way, we're going to use assets available from this particular Humble Bundle going on right now. So if you're interested in picking up the assets that we're looking at today, I will have a link to that down below. So we're going to use a couple of demos from this example. And right back here, this is the New York example, and I'm going to showcase a couple of cool new features. Now, the first one is this. And this looks like a little thing at first, but it just changes the way that you work. What I've done is I've just picked anything at random from the properties or the inspector window here, and I favorited it. And what you'll notice here is you now have this favorites category. So if you have all these things that you use constantly, let's say, example, for some reason you used mode from process all the time, you literally favorite it, and it will always be there.
That's pretty small, though.
They're still there. They're at the top. They are favorited. This is going to be, again...
That would be good if you were, like, debugging a very specific issue. Like, if you have a player controller that's clipping, and you don't understand fully why, so you're messing with the transform properties to see whether or not, you know, something is scaled out of bounds. You could just favorite it and very quickly work across a whole bunch of them. I wasn't responding to the Vim Motions plugin thing.
It's just such a time...
I feel like Emacs would be better if you're not going to use the built-in editor.
Saver for people that work with the same things all the time. A lot of times I could see it being transformations that get pinned up there, materials, textures, that kind of stuff that you access all the time. By the way, if you want to get rid of some...
Shaders. I could see favoriting shaders. Like if you're like editing the properties of a particular shader on the fly to get it to look correctly in a particular scene, that I think, at least it used to be, kind of buried in the properties of the object, so it wouldn't be anymore because you would have favorited it.
Something, just click it again, and then unfavorite it, and it is gone. It's like a little thing like that. It is going to, again, be a bit of a game changer for how you work with things.
I would not call that a game changer. Dude, I respect your channel, but being able to favorite things in the inspector is not game changing.
Another thing that we've got going on,
it's not even close to game changing.
So I'll pull this in from off screen like so. I'm going to go ahead and create a camera.
Okay.
And right now that camera is created way over there. So what I'm going to do is bring that camera back. All right, so let's grab...
Watch him not be able to. You can do it. I believe in you.
Whoa. All right, here we go.
He's not very good at that.
Camera, bring it over here a little bit and up. Now, positioning cameras has always been a bit of a pain. So now my...
Dude, it looks like it hasn't improved that much. You just struggled with it.
Camera is in the scene. Well, what you'll notice over here, this is a preview of your camera.
Oh, dude, no. Okay, that is actually game-changing because that was a thing that wasn't there before. Having a live preview of what the camera looks at is actually hugely beneficial for your workflow. That has been a complaint about Godot for a long time.
So if you're positioning your camera in the world, it is...
Yo, that's actually cool. Okay. I mean, it's very basic functionality. It should have already had it, but I'm glad that it does now.
So much easier now because as you have it selected, you just basically...
Although it is odd because the billboard sprite is pointed the wrong way. It looks like the camera is looking at this abyss, but it's actually looking at the side of that building. It's looking toward that.
Drag it around. By the way, if I resize this window, we get a bigger preview going on for it. So it's going to make positioning cameras in the world just so much easier. There were ways to fake this. Like you could do a viewport and then dedicate that to the active camera. But this just works so much nicer. If you have multiple cameras, it will automatically go to whichever the selected one is. Again, just one of those little quality of life things that I think is going to make a huge deal for people.
I'm trying to skip forward. Hang on.
Let me just go back up here to this scene and go to the top, a very, very top of the scene, find my world environment. And a new thing that we have in our world environments is a new tone mapping system. And this is actually a pretty important one because a lot of people that work inside...
We're not going to watch this whole thing. I'm just curious.
...of the Godot game engine use the tool Blender. And the default tone mapping in Blender now is something called AGX. So here you can see the results of AGX, at least on this particular scene. We can change the exposure up and down. Again, it's a way of shading. We already have Asus, Filmic, Reinhardt, and Linear, but now we have AGX as well. And again, the cool thing with AGX is this is the tone mapping default from Blender, so you should be able to
Yeah. So if you import something from Blender, it's gonna look the same in your engine because you're using the same tone
your
map.
scenes to look much more consistent when they use the down below if you want to check it out. But what I can do now is let's go back here to the top once again, flip this over, and let's see what the tone mapping is.
Okay, if we're still talking about tone mapping, we can move on.
Using the Shift and G key, I move into physics mode. And see, when I go over something that has physics on it, it snaps to it according to the physics. So it makes...
That's actually pretty cool too, so things don't clip. You just press Shift G, and now it recognizes the collisions of objects in the inspector.
Your world just so much nicer. So if you got to stack things and you've got physically placed objects, this mode is wonderful for you. But all right, so nothing overwhelming going on there. Well, a couple things to showcase to you.
Hang on.
A box pyramid. So collection of...
There's a built-in 3D physics
now,
test?
what we've got going on, and this is probably one of the more massive changes. What you're seeing in here, this is one of the physics demos out there. So I'm going to go ahead and we'll go...
Hang on, I'll click it.
Tests here. So let's just do a box pyramid. So collection of objects. Boom. All right. So nothing overwhelming going on there. Well, a couple things to showcase to you here. First off is this new window. This is the new game runtime window, and what I can actually do is select an entity in the world like so. So I can switch over to 3D mode here, pick something, and you can actually interact with it in the inspector over here. So see, I've got that little box selected right now.
Ah, see, this is another thing that they didn't have that is just taken for granted for in like Unreal.
I can come up here to scale, change it to 5 times scale.
Because like when you run a project in Godot, it runs in a separate window, and there's not really cross interaction between the two of them. So you'd have to code in things that literally tell you, say, using text, whatever it is that's going on, what certain values are, et cetera, because there's not a direct interaction. Now, the viewport in the inspector there is, but once the game runs live, it runs in a separate window, and there is no longer any interaction between the two. In fact, you can't change things here and have them be reflected in it until you restart the project, but they have changed that.
Options over here for how you actually display it. You can switch to 2D interaction mode. So if you're dealing with like the test menu over here, you'll see over here
That's super cool. I'm going to watch the rest of this later, but that is another huge one. The camera one, meh. The tone map, meh. You know, not too huge. I guess I need to get off my ass and make things. What is this? Schedule 1? I was going to buy this. I was going to buy this game. I haven't kept up with the NBA since the 90s, dude. I don't know what to tell you. Sorry, I'm looking at sales. Wish I felt a little better. I actually felt really good when I got up today. I'm surprised I feel worse now than I did when I got up. Oh, I know what it is. Oh, this is so stupid. It's my own fault. Oh, I'm an idiot, dude. It's my own fucking fault. Oh, it was on sale. It's not now. I missed the sale. Oh, no, they got the free sample. Let's go. I have gotten in the bad habit of drinking energy drinks because I like the way rock stars taste. Like, I legitimately love the way they taste. It's unfortunate, but I love the way they taste, and they're very cheap. They're not super strong, but I have drank a Rockstar just about every day for about a week now. In the morning, actually, I've kind of been replacing coffee with it. So instead of drinking a bunch of coffee, well, honestly, the reason why not coffee is because I have a sensitivity. This is going to make me sound like a bitch. I have a sensitivity to tannic acid. And tannic acid is found in certain teas and coffees, and usually it doesn't bother me with coffee, but I have been getting really bad nausea from drinking coffee lately. I have to like really make my coffee super weak or add cream or something to it to get it to calm the fuck down, because otherwise it upsets my stomach. It started to get really bad for a while, and I couldn't figure out what was making me sick to my stomach. And then I started to notice, shit, this is happening every single time I have a cup of coffee. To be fair, I drink really strong black espressos. That's also on me. So I started drinking just one energy drink a day. And they're not particularly strong. They're not ridiculous like the modern energy drinks are. It's not like 1,000,000 milligrams of caffeine. It's about the equivalent of a cup of coffee or so. And so I've been drinking them in the morning, and I just forgot. I decided not to get another one because I need to chill on it. But yeah, it's I drink Cafe Bustelo coffee. All right, I'm gonna play this in the background. I'm gonna actually go get a cup of coffee. Hopefully, YouTube doesn't bitch at me about this. I'll be back.
Dando risada, falando, olha como eu tô feliz, olha como minha vida é boa. Agora não, eu tô tiltado por causa de um velho arrombado de 40 anos que mora com a mãe, cara. Ah, velho, na moral, brother, na moral. Eu passei tanto serol em mim, passei serol e suco de limão. Enfim, eu pensei, por tanto tempo em ti, só eu mesmo que passei serol em mim. Mas se eu cruzar a rua das almoças S.A., capaz eu te encontrar e não cumprimentar seu olhar. Eu botei fogo no meu jardim pra apagar a imagem de você, Jasmine. Guardei
Got a little bit of coffee going. Not a lot, just a little bit. Jesus Christ. What is that URL? Oh yeah, this is the stuff that they give to soldiers, yeah. Yeah, this is it's dipping with extra steps. I can't believe it. Finnish people dip. I had no idea. Dude, there's too much in that, actually. No. Like, all kidding aside, I don't want the taurine and the guarana. I don't want those. If I wanted to feel, like, really fucking anxious and irritated all day, maybe, but I don't like those. Especially guarana. Guarana's the worst. A lot of people like it. I can't. It makes me, yeah. Taurine also makes me really anxious. If there was one that was legit, like just caffeine, I would maybe consider it. It would be very, very helpful. I could see this being useful, especially like let's say I got to get up in the morning and I'm like, oh shit, I've overslept. I've got somewhere to be in 20 minutes. I don't have time to stop and make a cup of coffee, but I'm addicted, right? Then fucking toss one of these in your mouth. Take the pack with you. That makes so much sense. But also, like, how many pouches come to a thing? $27? It doesn't say how many pouches are in there. I'm pretty sure guarana does actually come from South America. I'm pretty sure it does. Taurine comes... I don't know if this is true, but what I heard was that bulls produce a particular chemical that makes them, like, really... I've got to fix this. Why is it... bulls produce a chemical that is the result of like adrenaline or something. And what I was told, spoiler warning, I don't know if this is true. What I was told, this can't be real, but I was definitely told this. I almost regret even going to mention this because it's so fucked up. And I never looked it up because when I was told this, I was like, that can't be a thing. So you guys feel free to look it up and let me know if this is true. But supposedly, male cattle, bulls produce a particular chemical. There's a lot of adrenaline or something in it. And this chemical is taurine, right? The tower, like the Taur, like Taurus, a cow, right? Supposedly what cowboys used to do back in the day was they take something like a toothpick and they would insert it into the privates of a male cattle, a bull, and then remove it and chew on it, and it would give them adrenaline for like long rides and shit. Was 100% told this in like a YouTube video or something once upon a time. And that is so fucking crazy. There's no way that's true, right? I am curious, where did taurine or yeah, where did taurine or oh wait. In the bile of an ox, the name taurine comes from taurus, which means bull ox, a sulfonic acid found in the human body and in various foods, particularly those in protein, meat, and fish. It is not from bull semen, contrary to a common misconception. Taurine in energy drinks like Red Bull is not derived from bull semen or any other animal source. Well, it is now. It's original. I knew it was synthetic now. Where did originally come from? Hang on. Dude, it does not say how people originally got it. Not even on Wiki. It doesn't say where it originally. It comes from the lower intestine of a cow, though. It does. It comes from the poop chute. The bile of the poop chute has taurine in it. And it's like real careful to say it is synthesized. No, instead it's bullshit. So it's not bull semen. Sorry, it's bullshit. My bad. But there was some like product or something that they would ingest back in the day that had taurine in it. And I don't know where it came from. Of course, we heard the story about the bull semen. That's obviously not true. But I'm curious, before it was synthesized, how were we getting taurine? It was first isolated from ox bile. It's a major component of the bile found in animal muscle tissue. Interesting. It's okay. It's kind of pop punky. They're not bad. One thing I'm curious about is what they're recording with, because it sounds tape recorded. This sounds tape recorded, like they used the reel-to-reel. It does not sound studio recorded at all. Also, it's good to see you, Morning. Wait, is this real? Okay, these are a bunch of AI. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's not AI. What? So I see what this says, but what was it trying to say that they fucked up? What was it originally meant to say? They were selling two of something for $12.99. Obviously not teens. This is definitely not AI. There are a lot of little things that's like, oh, obviously not. This is America too. This is that's like ham. This is USA, boys. Okay, it's the same thing. There are racetracks out here too. We have a drag strip and stuff. When you're on the south side of town, you can hear them in the middle of the night. As far as I know, everyone's allowed to run it unless you go a certain speed, and then there are certain things that you have to be able to do. Most drag strips in the US are like you're allowed to race anything you want to race up until you start to reach a certain, it's is it 4 seconds? It's like 3 or 4 second quarter mile. I can't remember. I honestly can't remember. But once you start getting up to ridiculous speeds, you're required to have a whole bunch of stuff. Like you have to have a fire retardant suit. You have to have some kind of a parachute system. You have to have a special seatbelt type system. You have to sign waivers and shit. I can't remember now what the rule is, but there is a rule for how fast you can go and how quickly you can accelerate. Once you get up to that particular speed, the rules change. Bro getting passed by a Porsche. Where did he get? Oh, it's an RV. I thought it was like a Greyhound bus. Did they just let anybody come out there and spray paint on the road? An old Ford Bronco? No, it's a Chevy. Oh, it's a GMC. A lot of those 80s trucks look very similar to one another. They all have the same square headlights and stuff. Nissan, Mazda, some British thing, I guess. I have no idea what that is. Bro took that corner hard. That's probably the one thing I wouldn't take on that track. You can't be on a track with Lamborghinis and shit in that thing. Someone's just not going to see you and you're dead. Oh, they've got... Wait, that's his own pace car. That's his own fucking pace car. They're doing that to keep him safe. That's smart. What is clubpearls.d? Is this an adult club? We're going to find out. Well, their website is fucked. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, I don't think they have that domain anymore. I'm actually watching this. Holy shit. It's just people taking the same stretch of road over and over, and for whatever reason, I'm cool with watching it. I don't think I'm going to watch the whole 5-minute thing, though. My head hurts.
Sure
Jesus.
is nice driving my 2020 Chevy Silverado.
Hi, Sweetway.
You know, not a fan of modern vehicles. Really not, for the most part. But the last time I drove like a big Chevy, it was a really good experience. Like it was genuinely a great experience.
My bag of things.
Hi, buddy.
Over-exaggerated the reaction.
That fucking cats are a trip. I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna get my coffee now. Should be ready, hopefully. We're gonna find out anyway. I think I've given myself a headache by not having an energy drink, but if I'm getting a headache because I didn't have an energy drink, it means I should have stopped drinking energy drinks because I don't want to become dependent on something else, you know? Oh yeah, Chevy Silverado. 3 minutes? The helicopter? Wait, is he following the track exactly? Bro is following the track exactly. Yeah, because it's a left turn straight. No, it's a right turn straight left turn. So he will go straight and then left turn. 100%. He is. He's following the fucking track. You don't need to do that, buddy. You're in an aircraft. It's okay.
In the early years, you've seen each other naked, right? All the Beatles have been nude together. Sure. True? Because you guys used to live in the same place and all that.
I have no big vision of us all being naked. But
all right, but who was the longest, I mean, who was the largest Beatle?
Me.
I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised that, and there is a reason why I say that too. That's actually a really nice vehicle, but I'm not going to sit through this whole thing. Man, that is a really nice old Chevy. People can call bullshit if they want. And here's how I think it works, okay? You know, they used to say big hands, big feet, big nose, big ears, big, right? And a lot of people will call bullshit on that, but I don't think that it's that everyone that has those things is, but that everyone that is has those things. Almost always. So take Willem Dafoe, right? Big hands, big feet, big nose, big chin, big ears, exaggerated features, scarily big. Apparently it was disturbing. They had to hire a stuntman, right, for a particular shoot because his girth was so disturbing they didn't want to use it. They had to have someone who was less well endowed stand in for him. I'm just saying. It seems to be a thing. And like looking at Ringo, he does strike me as the guy who's got like the biggest feet, biggest hands, biggest ears, biggest nose. Like he's got, it makes it sound like he's some cartoon character. It's not what I mean. Those features just happen to be exaggerated in him. So I wouldn't be surprised if other features were too, you know? These are cool, but these aren't my favorite. My favorite are the ones that look like food items, like the tortilla blanket or the baguette pillow. Baguette pillow. Yeah. I actually thought about buying one of these, chat. I thought about getting a baguette pillow. This one though, I like this one better. I could go to sleep to that. It was a good choice picking a cute Asian to hold that. It works. What? Why are so many people acting like they're about to eat it? That's not a real baguette. That is a pillow. And honestly, it probably does look a lot more like this because... Ooh, we could have the cartoon baguette. Something about baguettes. I don't know what that is. I don't know what EC2 is. I don't know what they're talking about. That's pretty accurate, actually. And you can't insure it. You cannot insure it. It is super hard to get a home insured in California. What is EC2? EC2 instance? What does that mean? Oh. God, I didn't know that. I've never used Amazon Cloud. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So this is an inside joke if you use, okay, cloud server. I've never used cloud services, not once. In fact, most of my college was before that became popularized. Like, it was being done, but not the same way as it is now. Now everybody can just go out and get cloud services if they want to. All right, let's be drug dealers for a little bit. I'm probably gonna keep the stream short today. I don't feel well. I know, I'm a bitch, whatever. I do. I want to lay down and watch movies or something. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go be drug dealers. Did it not install Schedule 1? Yeah. I'm too tired to argue with you, dude. You're correct. I'm sorry. There we go. All right, let's try it. Let's see. Continue. Oh, okay. Right click does not work as back, by the way. What's a good drug dealer name? Hang on. This is starting to annoy me. Don't say Walter White. That's lame. I think I'm starting to wear the arm of this out. No, come on. You can come up with something better than that. I don't think I don't know. I've never been interested in War Thunder. DCS a little bit, but I've never been interested in War Thunder. I'm more interested in War Thunder forums because I want to, you know, get classified info. I'm thinking. If a teddy bear were a drug dealer, what would his... Hang on. I need ChatGPT to help me out here. If a teddy bear were a drug dealer, no, drug kingpin, what would his name be? Pablo Escobar? That is so good, dude. El Pablo, yeah, Teddy Blanco, the Plush Father. Okay, this is actually good, the Plush Father. But no, we're not gonna add corp. We're not a corporation. We're an LLC. Get it together. Pablo Escobar. Why would I add and co? Oh, it is my organization. Okay, and co. Tedster is too... I was looking for a pun. I'm sorry. You lost that one, Mornier. I was looking for a pun. And so El Pablo is cute, right? And then Escobar is the best one, and it wasn't AI that came up with this. I was just looking for ideas. I wasn't planning on just picking whatever GPT picked, but Stid won. Pablo's escort bear? No, shut up. Pablo, though, was clever, and Escobar was clever, so it's a double pun. I love it. It's good. Pablo Escobar and company. Ooh, I am in the South. I'm a small-time drug dealer in the South. In a fresh town with no cash, no product, no contacts, you only know one way to make money. Time to get to work. Yeah, it's a drug dealer game. We're gonna be a small-time drug dealer in the South. I'm actually in the South of America. Not South America, the South of the United States. I live in the South. Actually, I live on the Mason-Dixon, which it depends on how deep south you are, whether you argue with it. There's a beholder. It depends on how far south you are, whether or not I count. If you're super deep south, like northern Florida, the bottoms of like Georgia, Alabama and stuff, you would say, oh, Kentucky's not the South. Bitch, it is. 725. All right, so we got some males. We got some females. This stoned female does look funny. Nah, we want him to look like a drug dealer. I was about to make a joke, but unfortunately, even though that joke is funny, it would get me in trouble. I'm just gonna not. I'm a crackhead, so I'd probably be pretty skinny. So the problem with numbers, I am going to say this because I think people need to know this. The numbers are an obfuscation. That's what they are. So it's really difficult to get someone from another company to rally for your country to have a better standard of living because differences in currency hide the fact that that currency is of no value. So in my lifetime, the American dollar has lost something like 95% of its value. When I was 18 years old, I worked making $11.50 at a call center. That $11.50 would be like the equivalent of me making like $23 or $24 an hour today, at least, maybe even more. The best paying job I ever had was straight out of high school. It is not the best on paper. I make more than that an hour now. But given the value of the currency at the time, that was amazing. $7.25 is insane. If you were to come into my town and you were looking for the absolute cheapest place you could live, that's where I live right now at $635 a month, unless you don't get the included television and internet package, in which case you pay $605. So if you make $7.25 an hour, right, and then you multiply that by 160, that's how many hours you would work in a month full-time, assuming they even give you full-time. See, a lot of these places are required to give you benefits for full-time, which kicks in after, I believe, 32. So often what they'll do is they'll only put you on the clock for like 30 an hour. That may have changed since Trump became president. I think it changed since he became president the first time. But the late Obama years, that was absolutely the case. A lot of people started forcing no full-time. So when I worked at the Dollar Tree, for example, I worked like 24 hours a week. That was it. At $7.25 an hour, they didn't offer full-time because they didn't want to pay overtime pay ever, not even a minute of it, and B, they did not want to give insurance or any kind of extra benefit to anybody. So assuming though, that you somehow got a full-time job making $7.20 an hour, you make $1,160 before taxes. That's your gross, not your net, right? Your net is going to be roughly 80% of that. That's just spitballing. I'd have to like look up tax paperwork to see what bracket you're in. It may be less. You know what? I'm going to assume that it's less. I'm going to assume it's ridiculously less. Let's say that you make, we'll say that instead of making only 80% of that, you actually somehow make 90% of that, right? So if you make 90% of that, your bring home for a month is $1,044, right? Well, you have to subtract the $605 for the cheapest place in the town where I live. So now you have $439 of disposable income. You're traveling back and forth to work every single day, 5 days a week, right? For 4 weeks, that's 20 days of work. Assuming you spend $20 a week on gas, which we are a very car-centric country, right? And in rural areas, the distances are rather far. $20 a week is fair. I only spend about $20 every 2 weeks, but that's because I work one 48-hour shift. I'm not working 5 shifts a week, right? So we'll break it even. We'll say it's $15 a week, right? So that's $60 a month. So we subtract $60. We're down to $379. Groceries are incredibly expensive. They've come down a little bit, but for myself, I'm looking at about $130 to $150 for 2 weeks worth of food. Sometimes less, sometimes more. It depends on what you buy. If you go with primarily non-perishables and ingredients, so you don't get anything pre-made, you could maybe bring that down to $80 for 2 weeks. You could, if you're only getting like hamburger meat and packaged rice, you know what I mean? If you're only getting like produce and stuff, things that you have to cook with, if you don't get anything that you can microwave, anything that's even remotely pre-made, no ramen, nothing like that, no sodas, no processed anything, you could get it down to about $80 for 2 weeks, which is $40 a week, which is $160 for a month. And that is the bare minimum for a single person, assuming you don't have any kids. So now you have $219 of disposable income. Well, here's the thing. You have to pay electricity. Electricity has gone up. For my single apartment, it has gone up to $70 a month now. Now, this is winter, so it's very cold. It will be considerably less in the summer. It'll be more like 40 in the summer, which is still excessive for a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment, but prices have gone up. So let's break it even. There's a difference of 40 and 70 of $30. So you add 15, that's $55 a month on average. So subtract $55 a month for your electric. Then I spend about $20 a month on water. So we'll remove $20 a month for water. Then I spend $70 on car insurance. These are all things I have to have. I'm required to have car insurance. I now have $74 of disposable income. I now have $74 of disposable income. That's what I have left working a minimum wage job. And I'm driving as little as humanly possible. I'm getting groceries as cheap as humanly possible. There are food banks and stuff that will help. And in some cases, you will qualify for government assistance, right? So what ends up happening is you'll notice where I live, there is a lot of income-based housing here, which means that if you make below a certain bracket, you get placed into an apartment, often better than my apartment, for less. But here's the thing. They have huge wait times, sometimes years. It could be 3 years before you get into an apartment, right? That is based on your income. And they also prioritize people on disability first and single mothers first. So if you're a dude like me and you're working making $7.25 an hour and you're lucky enough to get full time, you have $74 a month to play with, right? The first $500 unexpected bill you have, like transmission goes out in your car or something, you're just fucked. Because even over the course of a year, the amount of money you're going to be able to set back is $888. A new transmission's $1,500. When I replaced my my rear suspension, $500 right there. A new set of tires, $125 a piece. How are you going to get winter tires? It's impossible. So you look at the cost of living, you can't look at the number and say, well, in my country, $7.25 is a whole lot, or yeah, $7.25 is a whole lot of money. Well, it might be. And if I lived there, I'd be doing really good, but I don't live there. I live here, unfortunately. And it's really, 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 really hard to get by. I feel very sorry for a lot of people. I don't know how they do it. And I will say, I do understand why there's as much crime as there is. I get it. I understand why there's so much crime. Because there would have to be, dude. How else are you surviving? She is the goofiest looking one, but he's the next closest. He looks kind of like a hipster, though. But, I mean, he's got, like, the ponytail and the goatee. If he were me, he'd be more like this. But I want him to be a crackhead, so... Can I change stuff? Oh, I can. Hang on. More like a dark gray. Now he looks vaguely Hispanic. That's okay. I like the messy bob. The hair does not look good. That's closest to my hair. But I think the messy bob looks the most stonery to me. I could go with like a dark brown, but I'm going to go with like the dark gray because it's kind of me. Technically, my hair would be somewhere in here, but it would also be brownish. And they don't have that. So we're going to go with this. Okay, so face, neutral, slight smile, smug, agitated, pouty, neutral. Yeah, we'll go with smug because he looks vaguely stoned. Yeah, we have to go with goatee. We can add some wrinkles or some freckles. We're going to go with a little bit of wrinkles. What does intensity mean? Yeah. Yeah, I like maybe not full intensity, but a little bit higher like that. Yeah, okay. This is starting to look like me. Let's go. Eyeball color. So I have... Oh, that's the actual eyeball color. No, we're fried. Should we go full fried, chat, or just a little bit fried? The problem is that doesn't solve anything. There are a lot of people that will argue that increasing minimum wage will improve the lives of the people that live in a particular area, and it may temporarily for a short period of time. But so in order to survive where I live, I would argue around $23 an hour, $24 an hour is what you need to survive. And it would be great if we could set minimum wage to that. But the problem is that we can't do that in a vacuum. I'm not against raising minimum wage. It's just greater issues like that of inflation are the cause of the increased cost of living. And increasing wages arbitrarily will just make more inflation and the problem will snowball. So we need to figure out, right, how to slow inflation and improve the spending power of the dollar. And if you can improve the spending dollar of the hour, then you could begin tapering the wages up and you would actually maybe solve your problem. Also, I'm not fully against increasing minimum wage because there's this idea that it's immediately going to make prices raise. Well, here's the thing. It will, but not because it has to. Because there's a thing called inferior goods and superior goods. If you make enough money, you're not going to McDonald's. You're going out to get a steak, which means technically there's less demand for McDonald's product. So they have to lower their costs in order to ensure that they're able to make ends meet. But they're not going to do that. Instead, what they're going to do is they're going to arbitrarily gouge and then blame minimum wage on it. Right? That's what they're going to do. So we can't trust the businesses to react to an increase in minimum wage ethically. When have businesses ever been ethical? If you lived here during COVID, you would have seen like, holy shit, they are absolutely not against just robbing you blind. It was terrible. Man, there are some really, really big problems with the current economic system. But there is a guy that I really, really like. I listen to him a lot. He's a bald British guy talks about taxes. I can't remember his name. Hang on. I don't agree with him fully, but I completely understand where he's coming from. Give me a minute. I'm going to see if I can find this dude. This guy. Oh, God, it's TikTok. Gross. Ooh, God, we almost went to TikTok, chat. That would have been bad. Why is everything TikTok now? Oh, here we go. This guy.
As soon as you understand that all the best economists are paid £2 million a year to shut the f up and bet on it, what do you think is going to happen to the economy? Wealth of the rich is exploding at the same time that wealth of the middle class is collapsing and wealth of governments is collapsing. Do you not think these two things are f***ing connected? We can fix...
Yeah, Gary Stevenson. This guy is right about a lot of stuff. This guy is right about a lot of stuff. I don't agree with him on everything, but one thing that he got absolutely right was he was talking about how the actual number in your bank account isn't what matters. What matters is your spending power. Like, do you own a home? Do you have a car? Can you raise a family? Do you have plenty of groceries? Can you afford gas? Can you afford unexpected, you know what I mean? Like some unexpected emergency. Like, how many goods and services are you able to obtain? Not what your number is. And it's like, fuck, he's absolutely right about that. But yeah, I listen to this guy a lot. I don't agree with him on everything, but I agree with him on a lot of shit. And he fucking, man, he gives it to the fucking man. He really does. I fucking love that guy. Let's see. Upper eyelid resting position. Okay, I'm very scared, chat. I'm very scared. See, this is me when I realized that I called my girlfriend chat while driving down the highway, and she's mad about it. She doesn't like it when you say, is this real chat? Right? Oh, pupil dilation? Yo, wait. If I were a meth head, they would be, well, it depends. Most likely pinpoint, though. All right, the problem is the pupils are so small, it's hard to see that he's, like, stoned out. I feel like this is good, though. Right? He looks a little suspicious. We'll lower this bottom one a little bit. We don't want him to look suspicious. We want him to look fried. Right? Then it's like, how pinpointy do we want his pupils? I'm gonna just keep it about 50%. Let's go with that. Can we pick some clothes? Eyebrow scale. Okay, so we're at about 3/4. Unibrow? Nah, we're gonna keep it about 3/4. Way back. Next. Oh, it doesn't reset shit. Eyebrow thickness. Yeah, we can thin it up a little bit. It doesn't have to be quite as thick as it is. Eyebrow resting height. Yeah, I want him to be like, huh? Like, so his resting height needs to be high, not like, oh, well, no, Cheech and Chong, it would be lower. Yeah, it would be lower. So we're going to make it, okay. Resting angle. Angry. Mellow. Neutral, man. Neutral's fine. That's fine. Okay, we get to pick clothes. That's incorrect. So here's the problem, more near. Maybe that would work in Germany, but here's the problem. We would have to expect businesses to behave amicably, and they're not going to. They're going to gouge. That's the problem. Now, if you were to institute some kind of regulation that would actually make it proportional to the increase in minimum wage, you would be correct. They would only need to increase retail prices by like 3.6 cents in order to meet ends meet. But that's not what they're going to do. They're going to abuse the fact that minimum wage was increased to make as much money as humanly possible, because they have to, you know, they have a commitment to their shareholders. That's the problem. It's not about what they could get away with. Yeah, they absolutely could increase minimum wage and have very minimal impact, you know what I mean, on their return on investment, and be able to increase prices incredibly marginal amounts to get by. But that's not what they're going to do. They're going to abuse the shit out of it, is exactly what they're going to do. That's the problem. The problem isn't like, yes, the math works out. You're absolutely right. They wouldn't need to increase costs hardly at all in order to meet, you know, the new minimum wage standards. But that's not what they're going to do. We can't trust them to do that. They don't give a fuck about us. They're going to abuse the shit out of that is what they're going to do. Because it's what they've always done. I hate that. I wish it weren't that way. And I'm really afraid of letting government step in and take full control over the entire thing. Well, see, it doesn't matter. It's people. It's just two sides of the same coin. Like, do we want people in business to control every aspect of our life, or people in the state to control every aspect of our life? Who do we want our overlords to be? You know what I mean? That's what you're doing. You're choosing who your overlord is. At least that's how I feel about it. Let's see. I wear dark colors. I don't wear jeans. If the shorts were baggy, I would be cool with them. But this weird skinny shorts thing, I'm not vibing with it, bro. He needs a Hawaiian shirt. I'm definitely going with sandals. They need to be Jesus sandals. So like a dark brown sandal. No pants. No. Overalls, absolutely not. Shorts, I guess. But they need to be some wild color, like purple. Where we've got, like, I don't know, the Incredible Hulk. The Incredible Bulk. Too bright. Really does look like the Incredible Hulk. Way too purple. Okay, hang on. Man, I just am not vibing with a lot of this. That's closer to what I would look like. I'm really disappointed, though, because I want, like, a Hawaiian t-shirt, man. The cap doesn't work because of the hair. That's a bummer. Flat cap doesn't work. Bucket hat, that... So that sucks. They didn't fix it so that my boy could wear a hat. It's fucked. No. I kind of like those glasses. That's more like what I wear, but I don't know why he seems like a prison prophet. Maybe if we like, no, if we change color or something, it doesn't work. That's a bummer, dude, because he looks cool in a hat, but his hair messes it up. Not a cowboy hat. A bucket hat or a pork pie hat. He can maybe even pull off like a flat brim, but his hair gets in the way. I think pork pie and bucket hat work best. Let's go back to his hair. If I go none, it's only the messy bob that does it. No, long curly does it too. No, we don't want the double knot. The side part bob looks too clean, man. So what I'm going for is sort of a Cheech and Chong vibe. I'm going for a Chong vibe, but unfortunately we can't do the cap, and he doesn't. The bandanas are apparently not a thing. Yeah, we'll go with it. Fuck it. I like the idea of LARPing as a drug dealer, though. Ooh. Well, I mean, the rules haven't fundamentally changed. So on paper, increasing minimum wage works, whether it's 2008 housing crisis or 2020 pandemic. The issue is people. People is the problem. Oh, I can't ride it? Bro, I was going to ride the wheelchair. I was going to do some sick moves. Oh, drugs. What do we got? Oh, you can throw it. Is that marijuana? No, it's just a leaf, I think. What am I supposed to do? I'm guessing office. Hey, Donna. Morning. That's it? Okay. I have 0... Okay. What am I doing? There's a motel here. Cash for cash for trash. Okay, we're doing it, boys. We're doing it. We're saving. We're saving the environment. I got $3 for a bottle? Holy shit. Bro, we're gonna be so rich, chat. Just you wait. Can we recycle needles? Let's find out. Can we recycle wheelchairs? On this episode of Mythbusters, join me while we find out if a wheelchair will fit. Damn it! Oh shit! It fixed itself. I tried, boys. Can I smoke that? Oh. Do I get money for a leaf? We're gonna find out. Bottles, I'm definitely getting money for. Hang on. God, this reminds me of... What was the game? Yes, we can do this. We can Kobe. That's sick. I'm totally down to Kobe. How far can I make this? Not that far. I suck. Oh, I thought there was a vehicle rep. Who the fuck are you, bro? You just gonna ignore the... Just gonna ignore the wheelchair, huh? Just gonna walk right through it. What if there was a person in that, hmm? Ooh, it's wet in there. I just noticed that. Can we recycle a basketball? Hey, can I punch the wall and crack it open? Sorry, what's going on? No, I can't. Was I like supposed to talk to that dude or something? What's he doing? Oh, I bet he would give me a job. Oh, he flicked a cigarette. You nasty motherfucker. Yeah, 17 bucks. Let's go. All right. Someone is jamming in number 5, bro. I'm collecting trash. I will check my messages in a minute. People suck. They leave all this nastiness laying around for me to clean up. Yeah, that's pretty well always been the case. Inflation outpaces everything. Like, if you have like some kind of high yield account, or even, you know, like a Robinhood account, 4% per year, right? For all money that isn't being utilized, their Robinhood Gold account or whatever the fuck it's called, it's like 4%. Inflation is greater than 4% each year, which means that even when your money is in an account that sees a return on investment, the devaluing of the currency outpaces the interest on your investment. What is this? I guess it's a newspaper. I mean, if I could go back in time, I would do a Roth IRA. I don't get to see the full benefit of it because I'm ye old loser now, so. How much does a bong earn you? Not a lot, apparently. Is the sun going down? Does this have, like, time? I don't even know. And I can only carry one thing at a time, which is a bummer. I have an idea. Wait, I have an idea. Hang on. Yeah, that won't work. I was thinking, what if I put all the things in, like, a thing together, you know? Like a basket full of trash. I may have thrown that too far, I don't know. Almost got hit by a car, that'd be interesting. What if I got hit by the cops? How funny would that be? Okay, it's not traveling that far. Alright, I think I'm gonna stop here. Oh wait, no I'm not, because that. Really? Can I not grab the motor oil? I guess I can't, shit. Alright, how much stuff ended up over here? Yeah, let's go, alright. Hang on, did anything go over the wall? I don't think so. $11 for all of that? Jesus Christ. Okay, so what am I doing? Tab. Messages. Oh, right here. Nice. Hey, buddy. Looks like you're in a bit of trouble. Lucky for you, your favorite incarcerated uncle can give you a hand. Nice. Plenty of opportunity for drugs. There's probably some cash stashed not far from you. It isn't much, but it should be enough to get you going. You can find it near the skate park. Cash stashed near the skate park. Okay, it's not in that trunk. Where would I stash cash if I were... Oh no, it's gonna get... Oh, we have a flashlight. Okay, we're good. Where would I stash cash? It's near the skate park, he said. Okay, so I can put money in the account. Yeah, I'll check it later. Right now, I'm trying to figure out where this money is stashed. Collect Uncle Nelson's stash near the skate park. Where the fuck is his stash at? I should have checked my messages earlier. You told me, Chad. I'm sorry. Now it's going to be all dark and shit in here, and I'm going to be all sad. Like, hide it behind a building. In a vehicle, maybe? No? Yeah, the skate park is right there. But there's no obvious place. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, there is. Yeah, but I can't get into that. Oh, I have an idea. Hang on. Oh, I can't pick that up. Shit. Wait, maybe I can pick it up if I'm standing? No. Hang on. Maybe I have to throw something at it. Hang on. Shit, dude. Really? How do I get a room? How do I get a fucking room? How do I get a room? Oh, no. Am I going to have to start over? Because I'm going to... Oh, I'm fucked. I'm going to get busted by the cops because I'm out past curfew because I don't know how to get a room. Dude, you guys can see it because the gamma is turned way up. The gamma is turned way down in the actual game. What you see is way brighter than what I see. Oh, God, I'm stuck. Donna, baby. No! I didn't mean to punch her! Oh, shit. Fuck. I'm wanted. Oh, man. I'm wanted already. I was just trying to interact with her, man. Dude, I can't see shit. It is so dark. Oh, there's no way to increase the brightness either. Dude, like, I can't see shit. It is like pitch black. You guys, I'm just gonna watch the stream. Is that water? Yeah, the stream is way easier to see than... Fuck you! No, you will not! Ah, you missed, you dumb son of a bitch. You suck. I can't see shit. It's literally pitch black. Dude, I can't see anything. I can't see anything at all. I can't see a fucking thing. All right, we'll start over. Give myself more daylight. I didn't realize that it was illegal to be out in the dark. Dude, a big part of the problem is I have a giant light in my face, but also the game has no gamma settings at all. So you guys have the gamma turned up 30%. It is significantly darker on my screen than yeah, I should have read the sign. Significantly darker on my screen compared to what you guys see. So I'm sure it looked like I was running into walls and shit. Was not. Just blind. All right. Good thing I remember basically how to do this. It's got to be a little bit lower. This one's got to be way lower like this, so he looks fried. And I had him like right in the middle. Okay, next. The eyebrows and stuff we could leave. That doesn't really amount to a whole lot. And I just had a regular t-shirt, if I remember right. Was it black? With cargo pants that were like gray, something like that. And I was wearing sandals. We'll make those black also. Next, we can get through this pretty quick. Small round. Next, done. Good to go. All right, so messages. Let's get right to that. Boom. So we're looking for a stash near the skate park, and we have all day to look for it. See, look at that, dude. Just took daylight. Just took daylight, that's it. Made life so much easier. Holy shit. I should have just checked the phone first try. All right, let's go see how much it... Yeah, maybe I could just keep the bong. E to pick up. Can I add to inventory? That would be neat. No. Oh, you can wind up a punch. I could have knocked that bitch out. All right, let's hope we can figure it out and not get tased. So next we need to talk to Donna. Now that we have money, I'd like to rent a room. 75 for a week. Deal. 75. Room 1, closest to the office. Continue. Nice. So we're good. We got a room. We got an ashtray. We got Nixon? Is that fucking Nixon? I can't zoom in. I don't think. Can't sleep before 6 p.m. Crack in the wall. All right. We got... Ooh, we can use the TV. We can play Egg Run. Let's go. I have never played a game like this before in my life. Because I have a good internet connection. And I'm fucked. There's no small jump, by the way. Okay, I was trying to test the Pong. Oh, immediately failed. Okay. Snake. Wasd? Yeah, let's go. Wait, am I the blue or the green? Wait, you can't hit the edge? That's weird. Okay. So the last time I played Snake, the idea was that you just passed to the opposite side of the screen. So I must have played Nokia Snake too much. Okay, all right. All right, let's see if we can figure out how to get some drugs. There's a dude over here jamming. Already recently offered. Do you want to buy something? Offer a deal? Huh. Okay, I don't know what that means. So now what? Oh. Do I need to talk to him again? Okay, so I need to figure out how to get drugs. Oh, is that him again? Let's go. Got a room good. Now head down to the hardware store. Grab a grow tent, soil, and watering can. Grow tent, soil, and watering can. Okay. Go. Is M for map? Yeah, let's go. Potential customer, Joyce Ball. Ah. Where's the fucking hardware store? Okay. Okay, we have it on our thing, right? Yeah, it's this way. Okay, let's go. Cool. We're gonna go grow some weed. He did not need to say that. It works for the character, though. Dan's Hardware. There's a pawn shop where I live named Dan's. What's up, Dan? What was it? A grow tent, soil, and watering can, right? Hang on. Where's the fucking ATM at? There we go. Okay, I have to deposit money. Hang on. Deposit. Max 300. Deposit. All right. Go back over to Dan's. Oh. Purchase. Nice. Head back to the motel room. All right, we're on it. It's a rocket. All right, so we got to set it up in here somehow. Okay. Place a grow tent and fill it with soil. 1. Where should I put it? I can't put it there. Hang on. If I press 1 again, it goes away. Can I move this? I cannot. Do I want it by the window? I do not want it by the window because that will give it away. Okay, so 1. Okay. 2. Input hints. If you're wondering how to do something, there's usually input hints in the bottom left corner. Rotate and move. Okay, so... Oh, click and drag to cut the... Okay, I was looking in the bottom left. Okay, that's cool. A and D doesn't do anything. What the fuck? Oh, you have to... Ah, I see. You have to have a hold of it. Okay, can you go the opposite way? Let's see. Up to the green line, I'm guessing. Or do I have to do the whole thing? Needs water. Okay. Watering can empty, you son of a bitch. Okay, so gotta fill this up with water somehow. Can I get water from down here? Let's see. No. Alright, I'm coming, Uncle. I'm just wandering around with a fucking watering can. Do you really? Good job. What's his name? Sir Turner? I don't even know how to pronounce. So we got to get some weed seeds. You'll need to speak to a supplier to get hands on the seeds. I'll pass your number on to Albert Hoover, the local weed supplier. Send him a message and request a dead drop. I vouched for you, so you won't have to pay up front. Your order will go to your tab, which you can pay off in the future. Okay, hang on. I got to use the restroom, chat. I'll be right back. Ugh. All this talk of water makes me feel like I need to go. But I'll be right back. We're going to be drug kingpins before you know it, I promise. We're going to do it. I'm sorry, dude. I didn't know that you were actually sick. Dude, that sucks. I'm sorry. The flu sucks. One benefit, and this may not be true for you, but it was true for me, was after about 15, 16 years old, I stopped getting sick. Just about ever. If I did, it was like a really mild cold. And it's because of a lot of viruses you develop, like your immune system develops immunity to a lot of the more common stuff. And then you'll hit like 30 and you'll start getting sick all the time. That's what happened to me. It was really wild because I was sick a lot as a kid, hit about 15 or 16, stopped getting sick at all for like 10 years. If I did, it was something really mild. And then I started getting sick all over again. And, well, to be fair, though, I started getting sick a lot because I started working with disabled people and they have a tendency to catch shit. So I bet if you worked with a lot of kids, it'd probably be the same. Like if you worked in a daycare or something, you know, teacher or something like that. I don't like about this time of year, chat, is that the weather can't decide whether it's like freezing cold or it is unbearably hot. You're always uncomfortable. It's the one time of year where you're tempted to run the heat at night and tempted to run the cool air during the day, and the best you can do is just turn the fan on during the day, turn that shit off, and wrap yourself in a blanket at night. All right. Oh, shit, I slid away. All right. So we got it. Okay. Send me a message if you'd like to order some. No, send. All right. Okay, but how do I actually get it? How do I order 1 OG Kush from him? OG Kush. Just one, though. Yeah, just one for now. What's crazy is, like, I mean, it depends on how it's grown and everything, but realistically, at least back in the day, if you wanted to, it wasn't impossible to grow it. You just went and bought a bag of weed. There'd be a seed in there. Back in the swag days. Ah. What time is it? Bro just sold drugs to her, bro. Where's the dead drop I'm supposed to go to? Oh, I get it now. I get it. How do I get out of here, though? If I get busted with one weed seed and it, like, ruins my life, I'm going to be so mad. Oh, I need to throw that away. Oh, I can recycle that for money. Let's go. Nice. Now we just got to water it. But what time is it? All right, we're going to sleep. Wake up at 7 a.m. Let's go. So, one thing I have to say about, like, really cheap hotels and motels in the U.S. is you definitely could do this. When my house burned, I lived out of an economy inn. Oh, wait, there's a sink in there. And I lived there for weeks. And if I had been really quiet about it, I almost definitely could have, like, done the thing. Okay. I didn't even realize that I could... Oh. Oh, no, we don't want to do it that way. Oh. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so okay, how do I switch? We go here, and then we grab this. We put this in the trash. And then when the trash is full, do I take the trash out? I need to get a trash bag. Okay, let's go get a trash bag. The hardware store is down here on the left, I think. Imagine if there's a side quest where you sell weed to the mole people down in the sewers. That'd be so funny. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Mm-hmm. You do. I think the idea is they're forcing you to launder money later. Pretty sure that's what's up. Wait a minute. We're gonna test something. No shot. Yeah, hell yeah. I made 12 bucks and I'm helping to save the environment, chat. Oh, it's growing fast too. Let's go. But I need to be able to make enough money that I can get a bigger operation. I should have ate a meal before streaming. I'm sorry. Here's the problem, Stempke. This is a demo. I do agree with you. Like, I would start min-maxing, but it's just a demo. I'm gonna min-max for a fucking demo. You know what I mean? No shot. What? Yeah, it's... Unfortunately, it's $20 for the full thing. I can make this, chat. Or maybe I can't. I can make it. Let's go. Yeah, it was on sale, but I missed it. So far, I could actually see this being like a good casual meditative game. If it went on sale again, I'd probably buy it, because so far I actually like it. Oh! Hardware store. Okay, the ex-stoner in me is going to explain this. Sativa is a long, skinny variety that tends to wake people up, as opposed to like making them really sleepy and relaxed. Indica is the kind that makes you like real sleepy and relaxed. The problem is that both varieties now are so incredibly strong that it can cause an anxiety response, but sativa is notably worse because the combination of like the increased adrenaline plus the anxiety results in panic attack. Stemke is so innocent. Oh my god. I'm glad that we weren't like friends in high school. Stemke would be bad. I'd feel bad for him. Plant trimmers, packaging station, and baggies. Because I was not a well-behaved kid at 15. I was doing a lot of wild shit at 15. I would have been a terrible influence. Don't do what I did, bro. Well, unfortunately, it's one of those things that you won't see the appeal of until you do. Also, for the record, most people in my experience that smoke pot are fine. They're fine. It's like don't have anything to do with meth heads, obviously, but there's a big difference. There are a lot of professionals that come home and smoke weed just like they would drink like a glass of cognac before going to bed or whatever. They're fine, right? There's no one that is like socially casually doing meth. There are a lot of perfect people, really nice, really caring, normal people that smoke weed. There aren't any really nice, normal people smoking meth. There's a big difference. So as long as you stay away from the hard stuff, you're fine. You got a friend that smokes pot, unless he starts doing really, really dumb shit trying to make money because he thinks he could be a weed dealer or something like that, you're fine. If he's just casually smoking every now and then, doesn't mean they're any less good of a person. Okay, but this one connects at the bottom. Okay, I'll click the top. All right. Oh, I got to set up a packaging station. Okay, so we're going to go to... Wait. Can I move stuff? No, I don't think so. Wait, is it like this? It is. Oh my god, this is so cute. All right, Chad, I need someone to donate this game to me because this is hilarious. Also, the idea that we would break it up as buds. Technically, it was grown on its own, so it shouldn't have cross-pollinated, which means there'd be very few seeds. Also, we don't know what the gender of the plant is, but also the idea that we're just doing it bud by bud is so hilarious to me. Like, we would measure these out into like dime bags, quarter bags. We'd have our little digital scales, you know, and then when we go to sell, there's going to be that one guy that's like, bro, you shorted me, man. My mechanical scale said that it's actually blah, blah, blah. Listen, if the developers of this game, one idea is I can help out. I do think that excessive weed use is bad for you. But I will say that the abuse of alcohol generally is always going to be worse than the abuse of marijuana, period. An alcoholic is going to have a much harder life. What I will say, though, high-risk weed enjoyers do put themselves in a precarious legal position. Right? I won't say they're not afraid to get in trouble, just that it doesn't amount to a whole lot for them. I can't drop these anywhere. Alcohol is really bad. Everything when abused is really bad, and marijuana is a lot different than it used to be. So when I was a kid, it was pretty benign, right? So when I was a kid and I smoked, which I did when I was a teenager, you'd go and you'd get a little bit, and it would take quite a lot for you to feel anything significant, unless you got lucky. Every now and then you got lucky. But it was a very mellow, relaxed, We're going to sit around with our friends. We're going to eat good food. We're going to watch a funny movie. You know, we weren't like breaking into cars. None of us were fiending. There are alcoholics that will try to drink isopropyl alcohol because they are DTing. They have to have it. I will say, as a rule, if you are below the age of 18, ironically, can't go to jail for it in most cases, but you probably shouldn't. I don't think that when you're in the period of your life where when you're still like growing and going to school and stuff, I don't think it's a good idea to habitually smoke at that age. I feel like it's better if you wait till you're older. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I do think that generally it would be a lot healthier for you if you did. And then if anybody ever offers it to you, make sure you trust the person that does that. It just takes one person sneaking salvia into something you smoke to ruin your entire fucking day. At least salvia is only a 15-minute trip, but if it's something like PCP, you're going to have a really bad couple of days. Where is this manager app it talks about? Oh, here we go. That didn't work before, by the way. This is the product manager. Wait, how does this work? Do I not have it with me? Hang on. Sorry. Where did all the bud go? It won't let me list it because it's not in my inventory. What happened to it? Wait. What happened to it? Am I missing something, chat? Where is it? Is it in storage? It's not in storage. I don't... Man, the Google searches on this are going to be fucked. What am I missing? Wait, did I accidentally discard all the weed? Oh my god, is that the discard area? Oh my god, I didn't. So here's the problem. Sorry. Look at this. So I didn't notice it, but I was putting it in this thing because I thought that's what we were supposed to do, right? What if that's the discard pile? What if that's the discard pile and I literally threw it all away? Because it's not in my inventory. What if I fucked it up already? What if I fucked it up all over again? Well, here's the thing. Realistically, right? Realistically, how would you misplace this? If I were a drug dealer in the South, putting it in a bin doesn't make it magically disappear. And you can't do anything here. Where's the output slot? What? What do you mean? See, there's nothing in storage. In the menu. What menu? No, I didn't. I dragged it into discard. No, I didn't. I thought that was the point. You were going left to right. Right? But there it is. Oh. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Zip. There is no package in hopper. See, it's what I did do it right. Then how do I get it? I don't understand. I can't put it up for sale because it's not in my inventory. Okay. Ow. Oh. Oh my God, Morinir. I apologize, dude. Listen, I have to apologize to Morinir because I did not know what he meant. I literally did not see that this said output. I'm a fucking moron. I am the streamer blind. Holy shit, I am so blind. Why is it always the obvious shit I miss? Some weird obscure thing I notice right away. If it's like right in front of my face, fucking right over my head. Every time. Why is that? What's my deal? How do I manage that? Which way? Like I'm giving or receiving? I'm assuming you mean like I'm giving. Like, no worthy, kind of. I'm not getting on my knees, though. I have hardwood floors. That shit would hurt. I'm not as well equipped with it as some people may be. Okay, back to the game. I think you got what I was saying. Oh, but I still don't have this listed, right? How do I list it for sale? Green crack, I've actually had this. None of these are really addicting. It's not actual crack, by the way. Green crack is a kind of weed. Well, dude, it says list it in the products page, right? Do I have to put it in storage? Hang on. No. Oh my God. Okay, that one is less obvious because the X made me think I couldn't list it. Interesting. They should make this bigger. They should make this like list for sale down here because that did not stand out to me at all. Okay, so I got a message. 105. 3 times 35 is 105, yeah. Okay. Gonna sell some weed in the morning. What time is it? I've got a little bit before curfew, so I figure fuck it. Make a little bit of cash selling stuff. They're definitely doing a drug deal. Honestly, I actually legitimately enjoy this. There are some things that I think could be a little bit better, But only because I grew up in a very fucked up part of Appalachia, and I am actually aware of a lot of these things. Just small things, but I do thoroughly enjoy it. It's actually very meditative. Like, the gameplay loop, outside of being chased by cops with tasers, right, is a little slow, methodical, and enjoyable. There's not a whole lot of anxiety about it. Why would I have any moral or ethical dilemma with this game? It's a game. We shoot people in games all the time. So it's okay to commit mass murder every single day, but God forbid you grow a pot plant in a video game. Sure, but it's, I don't know, my personal experience with marijuana makes me think that's a little overblown, but hang on. Man, I cannot eat chips. I cannot eat chips without making a mess. Down $15? I'll give him $10 off. Counter offer. Oh, yes! So he gets a deal. He gets $10 off, and I make 10 more neeks. Go to sleep. It's because there's a damn curfew in this game. Okay. All right. Can I split by pressing like control or something? Move custom amount. 2, 3, 1, 1, 2. Okay. Gotta hurry. So, room outside. Room number 2 outside the brown apartment block between 6 a.m. and 12 p.m. Where's the apartment block at? Okay. Map. Where's the apartment block? Brown apartment block. Wait. Okay, it's this way somewhere. I'll get to you in a minute, Austin. I think that's the brown apartment block right there. I think. Map. Yep. Room number 2. So, to move a custom amount, right-click the item and scroll to change the amount. 3 OG Kush for 105. 3X OG Kush for 105. Done. Nice. We got $105. Now, we got Mick Lubin. He is behind the pawn shop between 12 and 6. What time is it? 9:31 a.m. 125 for 3 OG Kush? Yes. In front of the motel between 12 and 6. Let's go. Okay. So. I've got 2 for this dude. He wants 2. Behind the pawn shop. Okay. I don't know where the pawn shop is, but we got a little bit of time. It shows at the top of the screen. I need to grab the remainder of my marijuana. Hang on. I'm already almost out of weed. Just took a day. Okay. Then pawn shop. Okay. In front of motel. Where's the other one? Okay. Is the pawn shop this way? Hang on. Oh, okay. At the top of the screen. Nice. What did he say about the pawn shop? Messages? Behind the pawn shop between 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. Okay. What time is it? Very soon. Behind the pawn shop between 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. So I'm guessing back here. That's my boy. He's moving into position, chat. Nice. Okay, then my third guy. Right here. How many was it he wanted? 3 OG Kush for 125. Nice. All right, now here's the problem, boys. We've sold all our marijuanas. So we're going to have to deposit our money, I think. Max is 316. All right. Buy and place another grow tent. All right, we're on it. We're doing it. I'm sorry, Charles Rowland. I don't have enough marijuana. We're going to have to double up here. Hang on, I'll check your video in a minute. Using real physics on doors can be annoying because that shit just swept me outside. All right, so I need another grow tent and I guess another... Yeah, I need another soil. So I'm going to need a grow tent. I'm going to need soil. I don't need more plant trimmers. I will need more baggies. If it produces 8 apiece, I need like 6. Okay. Oh, fuck. Fuck the 5-0. Fuck the 5-0, boys. Oh, I can place another tent. Here's the thing, though. Did I get any seeds as a side effect? As a side effect. As, because I should have gotten... Well, no, I wouldn't have gotten... Where am I going to put a fucking tent? Where am I going to put another one? Oh no, it would block that one. Uh-oh. Where am I gonna put one? I didn't think about this. I would have needed to place it against the wall right here, looking toward me. Can you block these off completely? Can I still like use both of them or? Uh-oh. I am not a very good drug dealer. Okay, we're gonna have to do it like this, unfortunately. Okay. Some more product. Okay, above the Chinese restaurant is a room for 500. Okay. Okay. Really? Bro, can you rotate? How do you rotate? Q and E. Let's go. All right. Yeah, like this. Boom. Then we right click this guy and we put him right next you. You're a fucking lifesaver, Morinier. My drug dealing operation wouldn't work if it wasn't for you, dude. I can't make it to the pawn shop early enough and I need more seeds. So we'll start one. We'll pour soil. All right. And then we got to click this, move it over, and rotate. All right. Then we'll grab this guy and trash him. Okay. We don't have any more, but we can sleep until 7 a.m. I could probably make one for you. Actually, I probably could make one for you. That would be funny because the method that I use to make the tree, you could use to make a weed plant model. And there's a ton of pictures of weed plants online, which is how it was made. I don't know that it would actually look good, but that would be a fun project to make, just like a little weed plant. Actually, to be fair, it would be extra tricky because you would need a non-budded version and a budded version. And variability in between if you're trying to do like this game does anyway. I need to, yeah. And you'd have to have like 2 separate sets of nodes, one for the branching leaves and then one for the buds. Oh, so you would, well, you're right. It would actually be harder though because you'd have to have that second node. I'm not sure how you do that. You're doing a weed growing mini game. I 100% approve of that. That's silly as shit, but I love it. All right, grab this guy. Oh, I'm crouched. All right, get him in there. Okay, so open map app to see your potential customers. Do I have seeds? Oh, it needs water. So 3. Well, that was quick. Okay. Okay. Now, here's the problem. I don't have seeds. So how do I get seeds? Okay. So we took care of him. I'm going to keep an eye out for Kyle Cooley. Okay. Okay, so I'll owe him 90 bucks. Got it. I'll let you know when it's ready. Should be about an hour. Yes. Okay, so we'll do the laundromat dead drop and we'll grow some more. Dude, in game, I do. In game, I'm like, so withdraw. Can I withdraw an exact amount? Oh, I can. So if I go 100 minus 10 is 90. That would pay off my debt. All right, and it's laundromat, which is over here. Fuck, where's the laundromat at? Where's the laundromat dead drop? Where's the drop? It's this way? Okay. That bitch you running. Where is it? Oh, is this it? That should pay off my debt. I hope. So a seed, boop. Okay, scoop, 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 scoop. Beautiful. So, boop. This is actually... Why is this so much fun, dude? Why is this so much fun? The only issue I have with the game so far is it gets too quiet sometimes. But the radio chatter... Oh, that must have been where I spilt water. Did I get Blue Dream? I thought I had 2 OG Kush, but that works. We're going to go back to this guy. It's behind Dan's hardware. Oh. This is not Dan's hardware. Okay. Where is Dan's hardware? Map. Looking for Dan's hardware. Dan's hardware. Dan's hardware. Warehouse. Dan's hardware. Dan's hardware. Is it the pawn shop? Yeah, Dan. Okay, I see it. I see it. I see it. Okay. Wait, time? Got plenty of time. We can just parkour our way over there. Parkour. Yeah. Then we put this in the dead drop behind his pad. There we go. Boop. Boop. Done. What did he say? Yeah, my debt is paid off. So I have no debts and I've got 2 plants growing. We're doing great, boys. But again, the only issue I really have with this game is it's like it's a little too quiet. I feel like when I go in my room, I should hear like Bob Marley or something, you know? Salam alaikum. Malaikum assalam. Hang on. What's up, dude? All right. So, I got a lot of potential customers, but they're a little upset because I don't have any of the marijuanas right now. I want this Kyle Cooley guy. That would be cool. I feel like it'd be easier to mod the game. What's the percentage? It should be grown by tomorrow, right? Yeah, so we can go into messages. This is a good deal. Deal. Tomorrow in the morning. Behind Taco Ticklers, okay. And this guy's 3. Deal. Oh, wait. I need to wait until tomorrow because it is the afternoon. So it should be grown by tomorrow. But the problem is I can't specify the day. So I have to wait until it's after 6 p.m. God, man, everybody's wanting to buy drugs from me. This is crazy. This is really what it's like to be a drug dealer. Here, let's pass some time with Egg Run. Resume. Oh, that was just set up to wreck my shit. Oh, he got me. Oh, wait. Damn. All right, check the time. Oh, time says right there. Nice. Oh, let's collect some, collect a little bit of trash, maybe. Make just a little bit of extra cash. I totally whiffed that. Didn't I leave a bong over here somewhere? I did. Hey, kids. Any more big bottles or anything? No, but there is a cigarette butt. There it is. I'm gonna make like $3 for this, but fuck it, let's go. It has to be stoner music. Has to be stoner music. It has to be something that a cool drug dealer would listen to, not a lame drug dealer. Oh, it needs water. Hang on. Nice. Now, if it's past 6 p.m., which it is, I can go to messages. I can go to this guy. I can go deal, and I can go for afternoon. And then I'll wait till tomorrow for Kathy. Are these not grown? Oh, they don't grow at night. Fuck. Oh, they do. Let's go. I love that it grows in a day. That's so crazy. No, we're not moving all of it. We're going to move this over here. Oh, yeah. Product. Stack that. Nice. Oh, I actually do not have enough baggies. Fuck. Bada-ding. But I'm only selling like... I'm going to get in trouble with YouTube for listening to Bob Marley. Hang on. Let me sell these without having a real issue. All right, we're just going to put the output in my inventory. We're going to put away this. Messages. Ah, too many messages. Calculate homely. Behind Taco Ticklers, next to the statue in West Park. All right. This is Taco Ticklers, right? Yeah. 3 OG Kush. There was a cop there. Nice. All right. Now it's playing music, so... Oh, this is perfect. But let's let the weird dramatic music play out. Okay, statue next to West Park between 12 and 6. What time is it now? 9:26, so it's still really early. All right, and then offer free sample to potential customer. All right, so I got a little bit of time to get some more baggies. One, I need baggies. Oh, I need 8 baggies purchased. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you helping me with my weed selling operation. Oh, the music stopped. Cypress Hill's a great choice, dude. Dude, I have a really funny Cypress Hill story, actually. I'll get to it. Jesus Christ. The next thing is I need to start hiring people. Almost time. Where did he say it was? Statue in West Park. All right, so map, where's West Park? Okay, that's kind of hella far away, but okay. That's a cop. Is that a cop? Next to the statue in West Park. Opened up, it's the DEA. How many is it? 1. Oh, that was the game. That was the game. That was the music. Bro. Oh, damn. I'm sorry, Kathy. In front of the motel. Beautiful. I can do that. And then I need to give 3 to 3 potential customers. What are they doing? Fuck no, I'm not. Bro! Oh god, they've got fucking police cars and shit after me, boys. Oh fuck, I'm fucked. Wait, did I bait them? Maybe. Oh, fuck you, I'm out. You guys suck. You guys can't No, fuck off. You're not catching me with all this weed. You can fuck off with that. Did I lose them? Yo, I may have lost them, chat. Here. Oh, you suck. You can't hit shit. Fuck off. They can't hit shit. They can't aim at all. This is a dead end. Motherfucker, that is a dead end. Oh shit. Oh, I'm busted. No. God damn it. There went all my dough. What a bummer, man. So one of the problems is, arbitrarily searching everybody on the street is wild. I would have never expected that. I didn't know that was a thing. And another really, really weird thing is, it's not a weird thing. I just don't know my way around the map. So my idea was, this was my thought, and it did not work. My thought was, I want to like get up. Oh my God, you can crouch jump that. It didn't work. It wouldn't let me do it. What I was trying to do was this is what I was trying to do. Because if I had done this and gotten to the other side, they would have been fucked. They would have had to have come around here, but I would have been able to dip in. Also, the fact that I wasn't able to get in my motel sucks. I ain't got no product, so I think this is where I'm going to end my free sample for today. I think this is where we're going to end it. Cool game. I feel like it would be a fun game to min-max, but after getting busted like immediately in the game, I've kind of lost heart. It's like, fuck. That's actually stupidly challenging. Chug Jug? I've got to play, what is it? Ina? I got to play Ina this week.
We got a #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down.
You really shared this thinking, man, this is like drug dealer music.
10 kills on the board right now. Just wiped out Tomato Town. My friend has gone down. I revived him. Now we're heading southbound. Now we're in the Pleasant Park streets. Look at the map.
I love
go to
you,
the
Stitch.
mark sheet. Take me to your Xbox.
You are
to
like
play
a brain
Fortnite.
rot connoisseur, dude.
You can take me like Steve Meyer, but not Loot Lake. I really love to chug jug with you. We can be pro Fortnite gamers. He said, hey broski, you got some heals in the shield pot? I need healing and I am only at 1 HP. Hey dude, sorry, I found nothing on this safari. I checked the upstairs of that house, but not the underneath yet. There's a chest that's just down there. The storm is coming fast and you need heals to prepare. I've got V-Bucks that I'll spend, more than you can contend. I'm a cool pro Fortnite gamer.
I can't do this. Sorry. I liked Schedule 1 enough that if it goes on sale, I'm going to buy it. And I might just do a thing where I like do a day or two every day. Just jump on stream. All right, guys, we're going to sell some drugs real quick. And then we'll get into whatever game we're playing. Because I'm curious how big it gets. Right? I didn't get very far before I got busted. I would like, what I'll probably do is in the demo, literally just run around the entire map and make a mental note of where everything is. I don't know if the map changes or not, but I don't want to whiff like I did there. I meant to jump over that wall, and if I had, I would have maybe gotten away, but sad story. I'm a little bummed about that because I feel like I could have. What am I looking at?
Tennessee, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Minnesota.
Oh, is this open source Roblox? This is open source Roblox. Well, open source Minecraft, I guess. Is that what it is? If I were a big Minecraft person, I would be excited about this, but it's just, eh. It missed my generation, man. I'm too old. I didn't spend a lot of time in Minecraft. I never really got to enjoy it or anything. So there being an open source version of a game I've never really played doesn't amount to a lot. You know what I mean? It's cool for people that love Minecraft, though. Like, if you're a big Minecraft person, man, have we got the thing for you. But I would never use this. It says that it's a voxel game engine. I'm not sure how this would what this would ultimately mean, though. Like, how much of a game engine is it?
Greetings, everyone. My name is Numbers Can Be Fun, and welcome to a video about Luanti, or formerly known as Mindtest. For those who are unfamiliar with this engine, it is an open source voxel game engine. You can play one of their many games, mod a game to your liking, make your own game, or play on many multiplayer servers. So, for the purposes of this video, I've gone ahead and I've found an image from the community on their Discord for Luanti. This is not the official image, and it's very likely when they go ahead and do the actual software update that this will not be the official image. But just for the purposes of this video and to keep everything consistent, I went ahead and I grabbed something that I thought looked good, looked relevant, and put it in for the purposes of this video. With all the very, you're going to get generated a world very similar to this. And you're going to be able to go around, you'll be able to play the base game. There is no hunger support as of right now. But you can do
This is literally just Minecraft.
Make things to your heart's desire, and it works pretty much just like any voxel-based game would. You can go around, you can place blocks, you can fly, you can do all of that fun stuff.
Dude, the people that are like really, really deep into Minecraft and make ridiculous things are probably going to have a fucking heyday with this.
You have tools, various different tools that you can utilize throughout your playthrough. So if you wanted to have a
What I'm curious about are all the interactions, because that's what made Minecraft, I feel like. Hang on, shit. I'll be right back. Oh, I've got, hey, Nats, I got a story about Cypress Hill, dude. So when I was in like the 4th or 5th grade, me and my brother were driving through the Daniel Boone National Forest. Oh no, it was Levi Jackson State Park. It's a state park. It's kind of far from where I live now, but it was close to where I lived at the time. And there's this big 4-way stop. So there's a road that passes through the park that connects 2 cities, Corbin and London. But then there's a cross street that connects like the recreational area of the park with where they hold the carnival and stuff. So anyway, we get to that 4-way stop and we had a soundtrack for a movie. I don't remember what the movie was, but it was an actual official soundtrack on CD. And it had the song, I Want to Get High. You know, I want to get high, so high. Here's the thing. One of the songs had a whole bunch of silence on the end of it. I don't know if it was like a hidden track or what, but the CD player goes dead and we're not paying any attention at all. It's midsummer. We get up to this 4-way stop. All the windows are down in the car. And last we knew, the music was cranked. Like it was all the way up. We get to this 4-way stop and it just so happens there's a bunch of state police at this particular intersection. And they're just waiting to get through the intersection like everybody else. When suddenly the fucking stereo starts blasting, I want to get high, so high. Literally everyone at the intersection looked at our car at that exact moment. Scared the shit out of us. It's like, fuck. Because it seemed like we were fucking with the cops when it was just an accident. That's happened to me twice in my life. An eerily similar thing happened once at a gas station where we had, I remember the soundtrack for this. It was Dusk Till Dawn, the original one with Tarantino in it. I don't know if you remember, but Cheech Marin comes on at one point and they're selling girls. Well, not selling girls, but it's a brothel, right? And what Cheech says, I'm going to quote him exactly. Don't get mad at me. He says, "Pussy, pussy, pussy, pussy for a penny. If you can find pussy anywhere cheaper, fuck it." It's literally what he says, right? That's his selling spiel in the movie. It's what he says. Well, it turns out in that case, the official soundtrack, again, except it was like the secret last track on the CD, dead silent. But I see that it's still playing, and I'm young then too. So in this case, I did it to myself. I turned it up expecting to hear music, and instead Cheech Marin starts screaming that at a parking lot of gas station patrons. And look over, there's just like this 11-year-old kid sitting in the passenger seat of a car with Cheech Marin yelling that at the top of his lungs. So I don't know why. It's weird. It happened twice. On 2 separate occasions, some weird shit like that happened. I don't know how I manage it, but...
That's all available. All the basic stuff that you would expect in a voxel-based game should be available to you with mine content.
So what's the engine part?
We'll open up my subtle and actually and click the /sit command, and as you can see, we are now sitting on the...
So it's not like a full-blown engine. I mean, there's an engine there. Yeah, but it doesn't have like an inspector or anything, does it? I haven't seen it. It just looks like you're in Minecraft and all the things you edit are in it.
I sound like...
So this is its clone source code. This is draw.io.
Next to a server, run, and so on.
Okay, this is great. Thank you for all the interactions and stuff. Okay, I don't know what he's doing here. I don't know anything about it. I went to Mexico with my army buddies. When we got to the club, they played Pretty Fly for a White Guy by Austin. Oh my god. Who played your buddies? That's funny if they did. They're fuckers if they did that. I bet this would be... I feel bad because where I haven't really ever been into Minecraft, I feel like, The club did? Oh, that's even worse, dude. They were talking shit about you guys. That's hilarious. But I feel kind of bad because I'm not like a big Minecraft person. I feel like I would be very excited about it if it were something I was into. But I don't even understand how it works. You've got 2 different things. One that is basically an in-game overview of a Minecraft knockoff, and the other that I think goes way, way, way too deep into the interest. Okay, we can into the engine. I mean, we can try mine test and see what this brings up.
I'm not playing mine. Really excited. And it's looking find somewhere that I can.
Everything is in game. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is there? I don't see anybody. It doesn't have to have an IDE built into it, but I don't even see anybody editing anything in an external editor to make changes in the game. That's what I'm saying. Is there's not any kind of editing environment that I can see. So, I mean, even if it were Vim, if somebody were doing something, like if they were working in Lua, in Vim, to alter things in the game, that would be something. But none of these videos have that. It's them running around a Minecraft world. I just don't want to have to download the thing in order to figure out what the thing is and does. Right? Everything appears to be in-game completely. Except that one guy who is messing with C files, this guy, C++, rather, sorry. But I'm assuming it's called Luanti because it uses Lua, right? So it's weird that he's using C++. So maybe it supports multiple languages? I don't know. So it does have a Lua API. So you just write scripts to augment the already existing game. So it's more like a clone of Minecraft that you can mod to your heart's content. Right? That actually makes sense. Because it feels like it's a base game that you can modify to a great extent. So yes, there is a game engine in there, but it is both a game and a game engine that you can edit and modify to your heart's content. It's not a blank slate upon which you build things. There's already a pre-existing thing there, I guess. See, I never did the Roblox thing either. I know there's a lot of really good games made in Roblox. Like, the thing that would get me excited about Luanti is I want another BattleBit game that isn't BattleBit because they have found ways of ruining it, basically. I feel like if someone came out with a really good contender for BattleBit, it would win right now. What is Voima now? Yeah, I'm not judging you for it. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. I promise I'm not trying to be overly negative. If anything, I feel disappointed because that whole thing skipped me. Like Roblox and Minecraft, I was too old by the time it came out to be interested in it. When Minecraft first came out, I thought of it as a game exclusively for like young kids. And now I realize that's obviously not the case. There are a lot of adults that really enjoy it, but because I didn't when it first came out, right? I kind of missed that chance, I think. This is creepy as shit. What is this? Why is this so creepy? Dude, this game gives me the heebie-jeebies, dude. I've thought about this recently, just as a side note, and I'll check your links here in a second. If you're a developer and you take time off to work on a game full time, that's gotta suck. Yeah, it's a game. Because to be fair, the things that you get passionate about, very rarely do other people get passionate about also. So you can kind of sell yourself out and make what people want so you can survive, or you can make what you're passionate about and there will be, like, if you're lucky, 1,000 people on the planet that really likes it too. Yeah, you have that's the thing, like the thing that you're most passionate about is already so niche that very few other people are going to care enough about it to such that you would be able to make an income from it. Like it bums me out. Is this TypeScript Doom? Oh, okay, no, it isn't. Because I get that, especially like sandbox games and stuff. Okay, it's amazing that he's able to do that. Like from a programming standpoint, damn, dude, that's really cool. It has 141,000 views though, so he might be making money from this. God, it's so precise. So it's like a fake voxel game. Yeah, but are you making enough to support yourself? Dude, that's so hard to do. And that's not a judgment on you at all. There are some amazing games that didn't earn a lot of money. I can think of a game, actually, right off that comes to mind is Levelhead. So peak Super Mario Maker, there was a huge community of people, hundreds of thousands of people, literally, that enjoyed Super Mario Maker. They loved the idea that they could build these levels for Mario games, right? That's not bad. That's not bad at all. That's really good, dude. That's awesome. But like Levelhead was meant to be like to pay homage to Super Mario Maker, but not be limited to the Nintendo hardware. So if you had a computer and you wanted to do something very similar to Mario, where you make your own levels and you create troll levels and things like that, you could do that in Levelhead. And I think they broke even, but that was it. It never exploded. It never became anywhere near as popular as Super Mario Maker, despite the fact that it was a solid platforming game with all of the editability that you would find in Super Mario Maker and more, that was available on way more devices. Still just barely broke even. And it's like, fuck, that's kind of sad. Because while the heyday is gone now, that was like right at peak Super Mario Maker. And there was actually a community of people that are like, man, I'd love to play this. I just don't have, well, it wasn't the Switch at the time. What was it? The Wii U or whatever. It was the original one, I think. It's like, they never, they didn't have the hardware. And that's actually why I got Levelhead. I never really went too deep into it, unfortunately, but there's a lot of games like that where people make a passion project and it seems like there's a market for it and it just never goes anywhere. Sad story. That's cool that it has a market like that.
Why are we here? Why do we pick at these old wounds?
Ooh.
Were you ever sent any death threats?
Yes. Our work is not easy. Don't you snap at me, young.
I mean, it's Alfred. That's Alfred. It's got to be Alfred. He makes so many throwaway accounts. If you ever tried to come up with a username, and it was taken, it was Alfred. He did it.
Look at it as a badge of honor. You won't last a week.
It's gotten to a point where anytime there's any new account that shows up in Twitch, I'm like, oh, it's Alfred. Oh! You should have lied and said it was Stid and then started talking shit. That's what you should have done. You missed an opportunity, man. What happened to your main?
It was like the whole world was burning.
A really interesting art style, probably has a really good story, but I don't know what the hell the gameplay is. You're a prosecutor, you unearth long buried evidence, confront witnesses, and hunt down perpetrators. How do you go about hunting down perpetrators? We'll mess with the demo.
Why are we here?
My shoulder hurts. My hip hurts for some reason.
Were you ever sent any death threats?
Yes.
Schedule 1 looks like it's going to be so much fun. The next time I get a little bit of money, I'm buying that. I actually need to do some knees over toes stuff. It has to do with playing guitar, actually. Mostly. So, where the arms of this chair are in the way, when I play, I have to have it situated forward, which is fine because it actually gives me really good bridge access. The problem with this then is where the jack is. So what I've started doing is I've started to sit catacorner in the chair. It's hard to do while actually holding the guitar. You sit catacorner in the chair, then you cross your leg. So now it's on my right knee. And it's right in between. It's not as far forward. But the problem is, it's not that crossing my leg hurts my knee and my hip. It's that I'm also raising my knee. So it's under constant tension. Because if I lower my knee, right, you see the distance, right? I'm bringing it closer up to my chest. So I literally hold that muscle in tension for, I don't know, 3-4 hours. And you'd think, oh, that would wear out, you know, the muscle in your leg. You're doing an isometric thing. But no, what it messes with is my fucking hip for some reason. My leg doesn't really get tired, but it does mess with my hip. Oh, I don't have... What? Oh, it's from the 87? Damn. That's crazy. That's crazy that that was 87. I'm actually thinking, well, I can't really afford it right now, but I want to get a system like that in my apartment. Something simple. Had a conversation. Well, not really a conversation. There's a guy, Ben Eller, I follow. He got to play with Mastodon recently, which is amazing. Like, he got to play with a huge band. And the guitar he was playing is kind of a lesser known guitar that I've actually talked about on stream before, the Dunnable Minotaur. And I recognized it immediately. So I dropped this message. I was like, holy shit, is this a Dunnable Minotaur? I've wanted that thing for forever. And then later he confirmed that it was. Well, he responded to me and he was like, hey, they have their DE line that you might be able to afford. I didn't have the heart to tell them that, yeah, but that particular shape of guitar is not sold on that line. It does not include that particular. It's the only guitar that they make that isn't in their cheaper line. You cannot get a cheaper version of it. The cheapest you can get it is $2,650. I can't fucking afford that. Only reason why I mention that is because I can't afford a lot of things right now, but I would like to get a couple of, I want to set up like an open source security system in the apartment just to keep an eye on shit when I'm away. Because I'm gone for 2 days at a time. It gets nerve-wracking when you're away that long. You're like, fuck, if something happened, I'd have no idea. I wouldn't know for a day and a half. So I thought about getting a couple cheap cameras, rigging them up. And I want cameras with close option possible, like this. Where it actually physically... That way I don't have to worry about someone hacking into my system and like watching me wander around the house naked after taking a shower or something. Unfortunately, like Ring cameras and stuff are super, super expensive now. You can actually buy the older ones on eBay and they don't require you pay the monthly thing, which is funny. My ex figured that out. She was like, I didn't want to pay the monthly thing, so she bought some older set on eBay, and because it was one of the earlier sets, she didn't have to pay a monthly fee. That's cool. I'll bookmark this. Yeah, then I just need to get a couple cheap cameras, and I need some that are capable of mild infrared. Night vision, basically. Because I turn all the lights off when I leave the house. I don't want something that can't see in the room. Yeah, I'd probably... the way that I would rig it up is they wouldn't be in the interior of the home. They would look at the entrances, so I'd probably put one on the wall up there that's looking at that window. And then I'd put one up in the living room that's looking at the windows and the door. That way, anybody tries to enter the home, it will immediately trigger. What's Dark RP? What are you talking about? Oh. Oh, okay, yeah. Not a Gmod guy, so I didn't know that. All right, we're going to mess with this thing. We're going to play the demo. and then I'll probably wrap up there. I want to do something nice for my clients. Hang on. Oh, unfortunately, it persists. Really? What? Oh, I didn't know that. I want to do something nice for my you guys didn't see what I did, but that's cool. I discovered something new. I want to do something nice for my client's dad. So there's this guy, he's the father of one of the people I take care of. And he's always super thankful because I handle his kid pretty well. He can tell that I actually give a shit. And so he did me a favor this last weekend. He showed up to visit his son, and then while he was there, he asked me if the headlamp was still out in my car because I had a low beam bulb that died. And I said, yeah. He was like, well, do you have them with you? And I was like, I honestly don't know, but I'll check. And then I remembered that I did actually, because if I had gotten pulled over by a cop, I wanted to show them like, oh, hey, I've actually got the bulbs. I just got to put them in. Maybe it'd get me out of a ticket or something because you're not supposed to drive around with only one low beam. Dude replaced my fucking headlights for me. He just straight up he was like, well, pop the hood. I'll take care of it. And then he took both of my headlights out of their cases and replaced both my low beams for me with new ones. Just while he was visiting his kid. Took him like 10 minutes too. Took him no time at all. He works on cars. Like he built a car from, well, not from scratch, but he rebuilt a car that he got from a junkyard. So he knows his way around cars really well. He's really handy with that shit. Within like 10, 15 minutes, he had it taken care of. And then was right back in the house, just hanging out with his kid, shooting the shit. And I'm trying to figure out something nice to do for him. Oh, I thought that was music. That wasn't music. That was my mouse scrolling over things, made that clickety sound. It's like flashbulb sounds, kind of. Okay, so for the sake of demo, we're going to go with story mode. I want to see if I actually like the story enough to consider getting the actual game.
Frankfurt, West Germany, 1956. 11 years after the end of World War II, many crimes of the Nazi era still go unpunished.
Depends on how good the puzzles are.
These crimes are walking free. Many judges, prosecutors, and police officers have already served under the Nazis. Now they have no interest in prosecuting their former comrades for actions similar to their own. For the victims of these crimes, this is unbearable. To end this, Attorney General Fritz Bauer establishes a special unit of young prosecutors with no ties to the old regime. I am Esther Katz. I am one of these prosecutors. We are investigating Nazi crimes and bringing perpetrators to justice. Not to avenge, not to heal, but to show that there are laws that apply to all. It doesn't make us popular. Most want to forget. Some want us to shut up. But they cannot stop us. Nothing belongs to the past. Everything is still present and can become the future again. Previously on The Darkest Files.
Is it a movie?
Katz, welcome to the front line. I believe I have the perfect case for you to start with. Hans Naumann, an older gentleman, shot just before the end of the war. According to the victim's wife, her husband was taken by a uniformed man for no reason. I suggest you invite the widow to give a statement.
Mrs. Naumann just arrived. I showed her to the conference room.
I know it's not easy, but please take me through the day your husband was taken.
It was in April 45, only days before the Americans came. Hans was upstairs when the doorbell rang. There were two men. Hans came down and asked them what they wanted. Then everything happened so fast. The small one said they'd let him go if our son would turn himself in. Then they just herded him out, like an animal. This was the last time I saw him alive. Hans was innocent. They killed him, and that's murder. No matter what they call it. Please, Miss Katz, will you find the man?
Paula, I need you to invite a potential witness.
Of course. Who should I reach out to?
Please invite Mr. Kiebitz.
Act 1, the insurgent. Prince Bauer became Germany's youngest prosecutor general. Oh, okay. The art style is so good. I don't believe... I think it's baked in, though. I think a lot of it is just baked in, but it still looks very cool. Yeah, the dithering is actually... it's not the modern pixel art dithering. It is the dot matrix dithering that we used to use for comic books back in the day. Yeah, I saw the dithering video where the guy used fractal dithering to basically make a better dithering system than the Oberdin had. It's a good video. But this is a different... This is based on dot matrix. This is dot matrix dithering that was used in comic books, where you would have 3 colors and dot matrices of varying size would be printed one after another, and the combination would result in the colors you wanted. It was cool. I'm pretty sure the video is called Fractal Dithering.
Archive. Not where I should be now.
That's why I said it that way.
Good morning, Miss Katz.
It's cool how it fades at a distance, right? And then when you get up on it, you can see it forms. I wonder... It must just be when it's smaller than a pixel size. Is she a billboard? Yeah, she's a billboard. That's cool. See, there are real 3D objects, but then there are billboards like her. Notice that she's always looking exactly at you. It's because she's 2D.
Miss Katz, is there anything I can do for you?
Paula, any new files for me?
I left them on your desk, Miss Katz. Yesterday's transcript is also attached. If you could please read it to see if everything is correct.
Did anybody call me while I wasn't here?
Oh, and there was a call for you. Asked for you to call back. I wrote down the number, left it with the files. I'm afraid he didn't give a name. An older man, I'd say. Sounded very proper, even if you did ignore my questions.
That will be all for now. Thank you, Paula.
Always happy to help.
All right, hang on. I'm going to go get it. I'm thirsty. I don't like these sodas, but they're better. I actually got them for my clients, but I don't leave them at the house when I leave because they...
Bauer. I'd be hard-pressed to find a more disliked name in this city. I hope this job wasn't a mistake.
Because they abuse it. If I leave like a 12-pack of soda with my clients at the house, dude, it will be drank in a day. Yeah, it's surface stable fractal dithering in Godot. Yep. This is the guy. Sure enough. That's it. That's cool. I don't see myself using it, but I'll bookmark it anyway in case it ever... Sorry, I've got game capture on. For those that don't know what we're talking about, it's this. Really cool video on it.
It could be fun if we could make the dots stable, even while...
I'm not really a fan. I do think that pixel dithering can be cool, but I'm just not a fan of... like, the Obra Dinn art style worked really well for it, but it is definitely not my favorite art style by any stretch of the imagination. This, I think, is actually a lot nicer.
Miss Katz, is there anything I can do for you?
That will be all for now. Thank you, Paula.
Shoot,
Always happy to help.
Looking for the key. It's locked. Do I have an inventory? Oh, right-click moves forward. That's interesting. Does tab have anything? What do we got? Notebook, case file, pause menu, dialogue log. Oh, it's because I'm Esther Katz, not Fritz Bauer. Okay, my bad. All right, so we've got some things. I do like the film noir vibe. A good film noir is just so much fun.
Who do I want to call?
Oh, hang on.
Never mind.
Let's do the case file first. I'll check the window. I need to change the ink ribbon in my typewriter, and I need to figure out how to oil it. I need to figure out how to properly oil the typewriter so it won't accumulate dust, because it'll just gum it up more, because I've got a couple of keys that are trying to gum up. I mean, it was made in 1969. I also really, really, really want another typewriter, but they're very expensive. I want an Olympia SM4 black, and they have a special one. I can't remember what it's called. That has an S. It doesn't say deluxe. This is very nice. This is only like $400 too if it's not been sold. See, when you get the real fancy ones, they get quite expensive quite fast. But the Olympia SM4, I think, is like the quintessential. It is the most beautiful typewriter on the planet. Oh, you can tell this has been rubbed off. That happens. So there's a thing that says like deluxe here, and it is very sensitive to cleaners. So if you go to clean your typewriter and you're not careful, you will remove that. I know, because I almost did for mine. In fact, if you look here, notice that there's almost no color in there. That's supposed to be red. That is supposed to be red deluxe. It's me being a nerd about typewriters. But there is a special version. I can't remember what it's called. But instead of saying deluxe, there is an S with a crown. And they're pretty rare. The black ones are most rare. They're the hardest to find because they're the most sought after. And then finding one that has an S, this one is not an Olympia. Or if it is, it's a much older one. The SM3s are easier to find. I actually have a Burgundy Olympia SM3, but I thought about giving it to a restorer because it is in very bad shape.
What?
I really want one, but they're very expensive. Uncertain about what? Well, what it's called? Yeah, there is one that has an S with the crown. I can't remember what it's called. But it's like a 1956. I think it might be the year that we're in this game. Like Olympia SM4. It might be the early 60s, though. Oh, yeah. That's a good idea. Now, my two favorite colors are burgundy and black. I have a burgundy Olympia SM3. With the case. So I have one of these. I do quite like the burgundy, but it is so dirty. It is in such rough shape. It's sad. I spelled burgundy way wrong. Why did I spell it burgundy? Jesus Christ, I can't spell. But the Black Olympia SM4, I have an SM9, a white SM9. I could just show that to you guys. Can I find one that has the S instead of the deluxe? See, that one's been blanked. Damn, I would never buy one of these either. Oh, that is so sad. That's what I'm talking about. See how it is the S with the crown? But do you see these red rings? They've repainted this. This is not original. They've painted this typewriter. They even painted over Olympia. Oh, that hurts my soul. If you restore it to accurate color, using accurate paint, that is one thing. But giving it fucking red race stripes pisses me off so much. That makes me so irrationally upset. Why would you do that? You're just a dick. Oh, that hurts my soul. I wish I could explain how much that bothers me. Oh, that one's fine. See, it has chrome trim. My guess is the chrome trim rusted. And instead of replating it, they were like, we'll just sand it and paint it. Fuckers. 59. Okay, so it was... Hang on. I know, I'm supposed to be playing a game. Hang on. I'm looking for an Olympia SM4 with the S. They are very hard to find. The only one I've seen so far was repainted. Yeah, sadly. They're impossible to find. The only other typewriter I would really want is like a Hermes 3000 or a Hermes Rocket. I have a thing for these. I love old typewriters. These are so ugly, they're beautiful to me. Is this it is an American Olympia 3000. Yo. Any major fuck-ups on the paint? They usually have scratches on the front. Okay, so this is worn off a little bit. That's fine. This is from the case. This right here. And if you look at the front, can I see the front better? Can I please see the front better? I don't guess we can. No, yeah. You see those dark dots? That's from the case because it's actually built to be snapped into the case. I love typewriters so much. I just can't afford restored typewriters. I love guitars. I can't afford guitars, man. To get a nice anything is too expensive anymore. You have to like be fucking rich to get a piece of 1950s hardware. It's bullshit. It pisses me off. If I wasn't afraid of breaking them, that's the problem. Is all my... This is why you called me materialist one time. That's not it. It's that I'm interested in things that happen to be expensive. I wish I wasn't. Because I love typewriters. They're history to me. They're one of the most prized objects in my mind. I know. But when you said that, that hurt. Because I'm like, dude, no. It's kind of weirdly the opposite. I wish everybody could appreciate these things, but it's out of everyone's reach. Typewriters feel so... I'm telling you, if you're a writer and you're having struggle, like you're really struggling to get an idea out there in the world, you switch from a fucking computer to a typewriter and it changes your mindset. Because here is an object meant for one thing. You're not going to bring up Facebook on your fucking typewriter. You're not going to doom scroll Twitter. You're going to write. It feels so wonderful. Also, when you make a mistake, you're forced to work through it. Some have a backspace, most do not. Most manuals do not. Yeah, so like I love keyboards too. I love keyboards too. There's something about writing apparati that I really like. I love really nice fountain pens. I love really nice typewriters, and I love really nice keyboards. I don't know how that happened. The only thing I come close to that with is guitars. I would argue that I know a lot more about guitars. Because my interest in guitars happened before my interest in typewriters did. So I have a lot of experience with guitars. And it also kind of bums me out with guitars that there is a technical perspective of musical equipment that the STEM-minded person, the person like you that builds keyboards, would appreciate, even if you didn't play. Dude, there are some great pens. There is a cheap pen that you can get that you might like. Do you prefer bold or do you prefer fine when you write? So for me, for like signatures and stuff, I want an incredibly soft, bold pen. But if I'm trying to do like a technical drawing, or I'm trying to write fairly small, I like fine tip pens. And I know a really great cheap fine tip pen. Hang on, let me see if I can find it really quick. Very cheap, but it's a good pen. It's Japanese. Then you want something fine tip. So the problem is with fountain pens, because it has two tines, right? You have to write at a certain angle so that the tines don't get crossed, and then you drag them. And with the fine tip pen, the tines are so small you can bend them real easy. So one benefit of a bold pen is a more resilient nib, but you can replace nibs. Unfortunately, the price has gone up on this. This is the best budget fountain pen in the world, in my opinion. This is hands down my favorite budget fountain pen. It is a Japanese brand. It's called Muji. The Muji aluminum fountain pen, and I bought mine when they were like $10 a piece. Now you can get replacement nibs and replacement ink. So when you look at that price, don't get alarmed, because the idea is you buy this pen and you use it forever. Right? It's not like, I mean, they make a whole bunch of different stuff. Dude, you can maybe get one there. Yeah, it's very good. Hang on, I can show it to you. I don't have any ink in it right now, though. Oh God, here I am, nerding out on shit no one cares about. freaked out because I thought I lost it. So I love this pen because how simple it is. It's a simple aluminum pen. The Muji fountain pen. It's a little dirty, but it's a very, very fine tipped pen. You can replace the nib and the ink in it. It is brushed aluminum. I've never used a mountain pen, so I don't... Oh, fountain pens for drawing? Fountain? They're really good. It just depends on what style you're going for. If you're doing like technical drawings, you would need to use a fine tip pen because, okay, so fine tip pens have feeding issues in that they might not feed enough, right? But that means you're less likely to make mistakes in most cases. Fine tip pens also are scratchier, so they have more support on the surface, right? So they have more friction because it's a finer tip pen. There's less ink on the nib lubricating it, right? So it depends. If you want a lot of control, a fine tip fountain pen can be really good, but you kind of have to relearn how to use a pen. And what I mean is that you wouldn't hold this upside down, right? You wouldn't hold it like this. Where most modern ballpoint pens, it doesn't matter what your rotation is, it does the fountain pen. So you generally want to hold it so that it's pointing down. Unfortunately, I don't have autofocus on this camera, so I don't think it'll adjust. I have pen brushes too. I love this pen though. I wonder if it is actually dead or not. I think it is. Hang on, let me see. Am I out of ink? I had some replacement. Yeah, it's dead. It's dead, unfortunately. Sad story. I do love the Muji pens. They are really, really good. So it's just 3 pieces. So you have an anodized aluminum base, right? It has the ink well. One thing I don't like are these ink cartridges are very small. They do have syringe ink cartridges, so you can buy bottles of ink if you want to. For these, believe it or not. Which means you can get any color you want. So it is anodized aluminum, and then it is this cross-threaded hatch aluminum. You can see it in the center here. There's this textured piece that's really nice. And then you have the nib. And this, the end of the pen, can I mouse? This actually goes under this. So when it closes, it completely collapses into it. Come on, thing. Oh my God, why is my computer being such a dick? There we go. So you can see that there's like, on this one, that there's an edge here. It completely gets swallowed into the pen. So it is perfectly flush. And then the cap is anodized aluminum as well. Incredibly simple, the best cheap fine tip fountain pen that I've ever used. So I do recommend it. Now, there are some insanely expensive pens, and there are also people that pride themselves on having like vintage pens. If I could afford them, I would get them, but I can't. There are vintage pens that are like $200 that are fucking amazing. They actually have this really amazing Greg Shorthand pen, a pen made for Greg Shorthand. They're very, very hard to find, and they're like $170 a piece. It's stupid. I do love brush pens, though. Have you ever used brush pens, like actual brush pens? I've never used these. This has a brush. Nice. I do like technical pens like this. The only problem I have with technical pens like this is that when they're dead, they're dead. And they never die at the same rate. So you'll have like a fine tip pen that dies before a bold tip pen does. You know what I mean? Actually, it'd more likely be the other way. A bold tip that dies before the fine tip does. Your brush pen dies first. And you end up with like, you know, 19 of 20 pieces, then 17 of 20 pieces. And before you know it, you've got like 3 pens left that still work. And it's like, well, I got to borrow the whole set. You know what I mean? Well, if you get a really flexible nib, They do have flex nibs for pens. So if you go out and you do spend a little bit of money, you decide to spend more money, you can get custom nibs. And really flexible pen nibs, when you apply pressure, spread, right? So fine tip would be a light stroke, right? And then a broad or a calligraphic tip, you'd apply enough pressure that the tins separate. And they'll lay a very thick line, if that makes sense. So real fine tip nibs or flex nibs are almost like brushes. Yeah, okay, I don't know how much you know. I'm not trying to be patronizing. But notice how you get this calligraphic effect with flex nibs. It takes a lot of practice to have that good of handwriting, though. For signatures, I actually used a calligraphic nib. It was like a 1.5. And it was a flat tip nib. And I used it for signatures because it looked fucking amazing for signatures. I stopped using it because it was almost too big a flex. It made me look silly. It looked like I was signing the Declaration of Independence every time I signed paperwork at work, so I stopped doing it. I started using a ballpoint because it looked less pretentious. You want to know something? I'm never going to get to this game because we're going to talk the whole time. So I drew a lot when I was a kid. You guys know that. I don't draw as much as I used to. And I do definitely get a very similar feeling from playing guitar. It's not the same, but it's very similar. You start going through the motions. You maybe even have to make yourself do it at first, but you sort of settle into it. And once you settle into it, it is meditation. It's fucking yoga. It's Tai Chi, whatever. It's amazing. That feeling you get, it's relief. Like a weight is being lifted because you're dedicated to this particular thing. But when I drew as a kid, I was very line art prone. And it was because I drew a lot of comic book stuff. So I got really good at line art. Now I could do like the hyper-realistic portraits and stuff with very faint line work so that by the time the finished work was there, you don't actually see any lines at all. But to this day, when I have trouble sleeping, what I picture is line work. I picture line work with a pen when I have trouble sleeping. So I will sit down, I will close my eyes, and I will, as clearly as possible, feel the pen being pushed into a piece of paper as it scratches across the paper's surface to form shapes. And I don't know why, but if I do that for like 15 minutes, I'm out. I go to sleep. It's the weirdest thing. To this day, just really like guided imagery, the feeling of it, the sound of it scratching on the paper, the visual of the ink seeping into the paper fucking knocks me out, man. It puts me to sleep every time. It's the weirdest thing. So use a 7.65 millimeter Browning caliber gunshot to the forehead at close range. No other injuries. Widow filed suit in 1945. She observed two men pick up her husband. He had been considered missing ever since. The four suspects identified in connection with the victim's disappearance were interrogated. All suspects testified that the victim was guilty of treason and was therefore lawfully executed. The evaluation of whether the crime has been committed is the responsibility of the... Wait. Hey, Morinir, is this pronounced as a TH? Punlistrath? Strath. Oh, dude, I'm never going to play this game if I keep looking at things. Yeah, basically. But more line work. It's more line work. And when I picture it in my head, it is less sketchy. It's not short, quick. I try to picture the line work as being extensive and calculated. So it'll be a long, drawn-out line to form a shape, if that makes sense. Not quick sketches. But man, the ASMR of it scratching on paper is cool. The investigation into the death of Hans Neumann from Munich has revealed that he fell victim to a violent crime. For details, please see the attached file report. We were able to identify 4 possible suspects. We have Alfred Faltman, Hermann Kiebitz, Karl Schickert, Hubert Schwartz. The police investigation is thus considered closed, and we hereby officially turn the case over to your prosecutor's office. If you encounter any questions during the examination for indictment, please do not hesitate to contact us at any time. This is Manfred Wagner. Yeah, you're a Nazi, bro. Oh, is this their individual interrogations? So Herbert Schwartz, right? He's the last guy. P. Astor. Who is P. Astor? Doesn't say. So, Astor, please tell me what happened on the 28th of April, 1945. Herbert says, I remember that my esteemed colleague Alfred Faltman, saying esteemed is emotionally connotative, group leader of the local Group 1 tasked with catching the criminal, came to my office. He told me they got the traitor and gave his report from the arrest. I went together with Mr. Faltman out into the hallway. With crimes of this severity, I always give the same order, the order to execute. I then told my driver to come with me to my office. The others went to the prisoner to carry out the order as requested. Your driver? What for? There was already unrest in the country because of the Americans who were just flooding in like flies. I wanted to set up an alternative routes with my driver to avoid these Americans and still make it to my important appointments. Shortly thereafter, there was already a polite knock at the door, and group leader Faltman reported to me that the insurgent had successfully been executed. So the driver is suspicious. This driver thing is suspicious. Germans, national comrades. In this most difficult time for our nation, more than ever, the responsibility for Germany's fate rests on all of our soldiers. I can't read, dude. In this most difficult time for our nation, more than ever, the responsibility for Germany's fate rests on all of our shoulders. All Germans are called upon to fight against the traitors in our own country. The resistance is to be disarmed. The uprisings have to be quelled. Anyone who propagates or approves of any measures that would weaken our resistance against the enemy is a traitor and must be shot. Any attempt at insubordination must be met with immediate removal from all public positions and expulsion from the party. The name of Germany will not be tarnished. Yeah, that didn't happen. I trust in your confidence, your absolute allegiance, and discipline. Ludmilla Newman, preliminary proceedings against these 4 guys due to manslaughter. Dear Mrs. Newman, in the above-mentioned proceedings, we made the following decision. The proceedings shall be discontinued pursuant to 170 Section 2 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. Reasons: the victim, Hans Newman, was a communist insurgent who carried out highly treasonable actions in the wartime situation. The execution ordered by district leader was carried out according to the law in force at the time of the crime. Signed by P. Baustian, the prosecutor. Isn't that the guy? Jan Newman, date and place of birth, occupation unemployed, marital status single, place of residence, blah blah. For his involvement in treasonous activity, the prisoner is going to be immediately executed as traitor to the German nation grounds. Prisoner Jan Newman was recognized as the perpetrator of an organized operation deliberately aimed at weakening the people's resistance against the invading forces. Don't get it twisted. The communists definitely wanted a stronghold in Germany after World War II, but this is their Red Scare. They definitely overcompensated. And it doesn't help that the people doing the overcompensating were Nazis. Jan Newman, but that's not the name of the husband. Right? Yeah, it's Hans Newman. What was the wife's name? Ludmilla. So Jan was the son. So Herbert Schwartz ordered the execution of Hans Neumann for the crimes of his son, Jan Neumann. There is no evidence here that Hans did anything wrong. Yeah. Interesting background. So NSTAP, uniform of the German police, suspects. So we've got Alfred Faltman, okay. We've got, I don't know who HK is. Oh, Hermann Kibitz. KS is Karl Schickert. Then Herbert Schwartz. We don't know who Herbert Schwartz is, I guess. Okay, and then this is Ludmilla's testimony. Okay. Okay, this game actually looks like it might be a lot of fun. I feel bad for wandering off for a while there because that's cool, man. The first witness will come in later today. I added some documents to your case file, and there was a man calling for you. He left a number. Unfortunately, he hung up before I could get his name. Please ask if you need anything else. Okay, your notebook contains current to-dos, overviews of characters, and more. Access it through the radio menu. Okay, but, oh, it's tab or, okay. Dismiss. Okay, what do we got? Case file, notebook, notebook. Check my inbox, meet with Mr. Bauer, interrogate the first suspect. Okay, read new documents in case file. Call back number Paula noted. I want to call back the number that Paula noted. It doesn't mention the son. Yeah, it does. Jan Neumann, the victim's son, mentioned the name of the culprit to be arrested. He was in hiding when the event occurred, died of pneumonia following the end of the war. Sad. Paula Fisher, Fritz Bauer, Accessory Allies, base manager, brown shirt, block warden. Oh, so they have descriptions of all of these. I'm reading these. Wow, dude, I want to play this. I want to own this game. This is like so educational. Regional administrative division used by the Nazi Party to organize and govern their country. Term established in the Middle Ages, roughly corresponding to the English Shire. Okay. We know what the German army is. Gestapo, we know what that is. That's secret state police. Hesse, federal state, Bundesland. And the central western part of Germany. It's the largest city in Frankfurt, where the headquarters of the General Prosecutor's Office is located. Local group, local branch or unit of the Nazi Party. Local group leader, I can guess. I know what manslaughter is. I know what murder is. NSDAP, the Nazi Party, active in Germany between 20 and 45. Order police, a branch of the police force of Nazi Germany. They encompassed all law enforcement and emergency response. Perjury, it's when you lie. Prosecutor General, I know what that is. Prussia, former German state and monarchy in Central Europe. Regional leader, head of the roughly English Shire of the Gau, third highest rank in the Nazi political leadership. Reich flag, the flag of Nazi Germany. Schupo, abbreviation for Schutzpolizei, Polizei, State Protection Police, a branch of the police force of Nazi Germany, mainly responsible for day-to-day urban policing duties. Schutzstaffel, the SS, a major paramilitary organization under the Nazis that carried out police, security, and military tasks. Third Reich, the Nazis named for their government to claim they were the rightful successors of the earlier Holy Roman Empire and the German Empire. The Unified Armed Wehrmacht. Interesting. We can learn a lot of shit in this game. So I need to check the inbox. I need to meet with Mr. Bauer. I need to interrogate my first suspect, but I don't have the phone number.
Miss Katz, is there anything I can do for you?
That will be all for now. Thank you, Paula.
So it's October 11th.
Who do I want to call?
Number Paula wrote down.
Father? I didn't expect you'd call me here.
Oh, Esther, my dear, so good to hear you. Did you settle in all right?
It hasn't been the warmest of welcomes, I'm afraid. And the cases, they're tough.
I see. Esther, there's something I want to discuss. Do you remember our little talk? It must have been last month.
Is this about that job at your friend's firm? Bergman, was it?
Bergman, Kranich and Partners,
I'll check.
yes. Bergman is one of my oldest friends. Family law, very respectable.
Dad, I'm really busy here. Can we talk about this another time?
Esther, let me be very frank with you. I'm proud of you. I really am. A prosecutor at your age, with the view on women on our line of work being what it is, I'd have to be a fool not to. But your mother and I, we are worried. Do you have any idea what they say about Bauer?
I don't care about any rumors.
Dad, I don't care about his private life, and I don't listen to rumors.
If that was his only flaw, Esther, the man's fanatic. You must see that. Listen to your father. Leave. Nothing good will come from this.
I make my own decisions now, Father.
No, Essie. I must apologize. I did not mean to get so passionate about this. I'm just worried. You don't know how important one's reputation is. And if people start to associate you with that man, I just want what's best for you, Essie.
I know, Dad.
I'm proud of you. I know I already said that, but I really am.
Man, parents are hard.
You can't imagine.
I have the magical ability of pissing my mom off without even meaning to. I'm good at it. I do. I pissed my mom off earlier today. Wasn't even trying to. Oh yeah, can we see outside? Yeah. Mona's Gastate. Don't know what that means. Probably some kind of diner or something. Alright, interact with this. Bauer's witch hunt. Irresponsible and detrimental to the stability of the state. These were the words used by members of the same state parliament.
Miss Katz, Mr. Bauer wants to talk to you.
Oh, any idea why?
I am sure he just wants to hear the latest update from you. He also said he wants to make sure you are properly prepared.
Properly prepared? What does he mean by that?
I have a hunch, but it's best to ask him that yourself.
Thank you, Paula. I'll be joining him in a minute.
Okay. These were the words used by members of the Hessian state parliament last week to describe Fritz Bauer's work as Attorney General. Some local CDU MPs called for his immediate dismissal in view of the fact that more lives are thrown into disarray with each of his ill-considered cases. The question arises, what will be the price of Bauer's fanatical crusade, and can Germany afford to pay it? Japan continues its peace treaty negotiations with the USSR, trying to avoid what the Prime Minister Harajama's government has called the Adenauer formula. The main point of contention remains Moscow's rejection of Japanese claims to the Soviet-occupied territories of Sakhalin and the Kuril Islands, whose rich fishing grounds have been described as crucial for the famine-threatened country. Yeah, they really did a good job of starving Russians.
The witness is not in yet. I would go and meet Mr. Bauer first.
All right, Mr. Bauer.
Hello, Miss Katz. Any news regarding the Naumann case?
And quite surprising ones. As it turns out, he wasn't even supposed to be arrested. The men were looking for his son, Jan Naumann. When they couldn't find Jan, they took Hans instead, the father.
I assume that's what Miss Naumann told you. But are you sure she is telling the truth?
According to the files, the man they were looking for had climbed up a flagpole, torn down a flag, and beaten up a block warden when he was caught in the act.
I didn't read that.
Hans Naumann was 77 years old at the time. Of course, there are older men who are in good shape, but...
Pulling down a flag and beating someone up seems unlikely.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yes.
I see, but why did the man take him if they knew he was innocent?
They needed to punish someone.
Considering the times, they might have been afraid of coming back empty-handed. Or they could have hoped their actual suspect would turn himself in, hearing his father was taken.
Highly illegal, even back then. Not uncommon, though. But why did they shoot the old man?
His son didn't turn himself in as they demanded. They could have seen that as enough reason to kill their hostage.
Perhaps, but they hardly gave him enough time.
Yeah, I don't think that's it.
Yes, it is a case for us. For you, specifically. We need witnesses.
I'd start with the names mentioned in the files of the first investigation. I've already invited Hermann Kiebitz to join me later this afternoon.
Excellent. Let's get this case to court, Miss Cutts. And be mindful of time. We do not have nearly enough of it here.
Great voice actor, by the way.
Once you hear from all witnesses, we need to move to court quickly. Since you have never led a case before, I want you to be prepared. Mr. Peters has agreed to look over your shoulder and help you out. Present your findings, prove your claims. It will help you to familiarize yourself with the ins and outs of court. We cannot afford to fail at court, and preparation is the key to success.
I'll do what I can.
The problem with Bauer is he's obviously going to be hated because there are a lot of ex-Nazis that try to assume a normal life after the war and hide or obfuscate the fact that they were involved with the Nazi party. They would maybe make arguments that they were very low level, or I was a conscripted foot soldier, I had no choice, etc., etc. When they may or may not have had better connections or be involved in crimes that were really terrible at the time. So at an incredibly tumultuous time in Germany's history, when they're basically being divided up between the Americans and the Soviets, right? To have some prosecutor come in and raise a whole bunch of questions about who you can and cannot trust, to who did what and when, it really sought to divide the German people even more. And so from like a purely logical, dispassionate perspective, it kind of makes sense that they would be aggravated with someone like Bauer doing that. That is fair. That is fair, because they also called them like unfounded claims. Yeah, hang on. You're right. It did say that. In view of the fact that more lives are thrown into disarray with each of his ill-considered cases, the question... Okay. No, it doesn't say that he was quick. It doesn't say that. Somebody claimed that his things were, his investigations were irresponsible and detrimental to the stability of the state, which they would have been detrimental to the stability of the state, but not necessarily irresponsible. I don't know. I have no idea. Frankfort, Kentucky. You know, that's actually... Frankfort, Kentucky is no joke the state's capital. So that's the Frankfurt I'm going with. So there was something about a flagpole. I didn't see that. Where does it say anything about flagpole? It doesn't say anything about it. Let's go to not suspects, but hang on. Hang on. No, I'll read all these in a minute. I'm looking for Newman. Oh, wrong people. It doesn't say anywhere that he climbed up. Yeah, it's spelled different. Frankfort here, so F-O-R-T. It doesn't say anything at all about anybody climbing up a flagpole. Jan isn't even mentioned now. Okay, now it pops up. There we go. Hard work, discipline, and pedanticism. What is pedanticism? The practice or state of being pedantic, meaning an excessive concern with minor details or rules, often to the point of being annoying or irrelevant. Holy fuck, it's me. So this guy's lack of organization and this guy's being pedantic, that's me, bro. Remind him their Pearl anniversary is coming up. Pearl, who came up with these names? And then her mom, she only wants what any mother would want for a daughter. For me to marry a lawyer, becoming one myself wasn't what she considered a valid alternative. That's actually really, wait, that's actually really cute. All right. So we got dialogue log. This is with Fritz Bauer. Okay, this was my last conversation. But where in the fucking case file... I don't have any bookmarks. Where in the case file is the flagpole? It does not mention anything about climbing up a flagpole anywhere in here, does it? See, it's not a part of this conversation. Oh, I can label things. Oh, man, that's fucking cool. I'm reading these again. They just talk about a traitor. They don't talk about what he did. This is super suspicious, by the way. Where is it? Oh, man. Okay, this is really cool. I want to play this game. I want to own this game. This is cool. I have wanted a good note-taking system for a really, really long time in a game. I accidentally hit the back button. But this one is interesting. It is suspicious. I then told my driver to come with me to the office. The others went to the prisoner to carry out the order as requested. That was killing the guy, right? Then Astor says, your driver, what for? There was already unrest in the country because of the Americans who were just flooding in like flies. I wanted to set up an alternative route with my driver to avoid the Americans and still make it an important... so this, I'm actually going to do this. And here's why. This sounds like a half-truth. I may actually bookmark this. This is a half-truth. He is only partially telling the truth here. He definitely wanted to avoid the Americans, but not because he was trying to make his perfectly allowable appointments, right? I wanted to set up alternative routes with my driver to avoid Americans and still make it to my important appointments. He's technically telling the truth, right? But he's acting like they're going to inconvenience him when he's doing minor tasks around the country. That's not it. he was up to something fucking shady and he didn't want to get busted. So Herbert Schwartz is guilty of something. So this is the order from Helmut Solbrig to basically, he was regional leader, Gau of Munich, Upper Bavaria. Local GR leader. Gau, Munich, Upper... So he's regional leader, Gau, Munich, Bavaria. No, I don't need a question mark. I can clear that. The reason why this is important is because we can go back to the background information. So he was a local regional leader of the NSDAP, I think. Put 2 on this. So those 2 are attached to each other. Right? Oh, I don't know if this is a good game to stream, chat. I don't know that this is a good game to stream, because if I were to play this like a puzzle, it would be a lot of me actually taking time to think. Do you know what I mean? It's going to be a lot of me looking very, very carefully at this sort of stuff. Hang on. We're going to go here. We're going to remove... We're going to remove this too. I can't select more than one. We're just going to put an exclamation point there. Okay. Then we're going to go here. We're going to go to this. We're going to change that to a 1. And the reason is, in the background, we're going to go down here and we're going to change this to a 1. We're going to keep those together. I'm going to try and keep... So what I'm doing now, what I have an idea for, so we've got names, right? And we've got pictures under the suspects. So you can look at their lapel. So Albert whatever, he's got this symbol on his thing. Who was it that, HK, Herbert Kiebitz. Okay, so Kiebitz doesn't have anything on his lapel. Right, if we go to background, he is definitely a member of the NSDAP. He's got an eagle on his hat, but he doesn't have anything on his lapel. He's got nothing on his lapel that I can tell, right? It shows a member number, a place, and a time. But notice he's got nothing on his lapel, which means he must be lower down the totem pole. However, AF, Alfred Faltman, right, he does have symbols. He looks like he is a district leader, head official, one of these two. So hang on, if I go to old case, who is... Helmut Solbrig is not one of our suspects. So I maybe don't need to put that there. Right? Herbert Schwartz. Who the fuck is Herbert Schwartz? Is he one of the... Herbert Schwartz is one of the suspects. We don't know who he is in this picture. So we're trying to figure out who Herbert Schwartz is. Herbert Schwartz was high-ranking, right? No, that is a symbol in English for subscript notes. So, like if you read a really dense novel and the novel is making reference to something that's actually historically accurate, but they don't want to sit and explain it to you in the middle of the story, they'll put that cross symbol. And then at the end of the chapter, usually as a footnote will be a cross, and it will give you that descriptor after. So I think the idea in this case is it's symbolic of a footnote. Yeah, it's a footnote symbol. There's also fancy S. Yeah, there's orders: asterisk, dagger, double dagger, and section. I used to actually use these when I did notes in school. But yeah, this is the dagger symbol. The problem is that they go in a particular order. Asterisks are first. Well, yeah, because usually asterisk is all we use nowadays. But let's say you have like a really dense document, and in that document you make a whole bunch of notes. You can make up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 notes. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4 notes, and have a respective symbol for each one. What is more common, though, nowadays is either using just the asterisks or using a number. You will have a number instead, like a subscript number like you see in Wikipedia. I haven't actually seen these anywhere except Eaters of the Dead, I think, use these. Pretty sure. It was a really dense novel. It's cool. I hadn't thought of this in a long time, but also that brings up a good point. Why is it a dagger specifically? But I think the idea is that it wants us to figure out who the fuck Franz Huber is. We're trying to figure out who Herbert Schwartz is, right? We don't know who Herbert Schwartz is. So we need to figure out, so we know he's a member of the NSDAP. Right, so the Nazi, I don't know what this actually stands for. Hey, Mornir, what does NSDAP mean? Let me go back through the case file just a little bit more. Let's try not to get hung up anymore. But what I was thinking was, so his colleague was Alfred Faltman, group leader of the local Group 1 tasked with catching the criminal, came to my office. He told me that he had the traitor. I went together with Faltman out into the hallway with Crumbs this Severia, always give the same order. So he considered Alfred Faltman a colleague, right? Which means that when you go to suspects and you look at Alfred Faltman, that's AF. AF has the group leader symbol. This guy right here, it's either this guy or this guy. National Socialistic Worker Party. Okay. These two men, except here's the problem. He's wearing black. My guess is he is Gestapo, right? He's wearing a dark uniform, so he is Gestapo, right? So either Herbert Schwartz is a member of the Gestapo, in which case that's Herbert Schwartz, or Herbert Schwartz is literally a colleague in the... he is one of the Gao administration. Let me look at their lapels. Well, probably from translating it into English. Yeah, so he has double bars. He has 3. Yeah, they both know. He might have a single bar. There is no single bar. He could be local group base manager. It's really hard to see their lapels though, right? Single bar, double bar, single bar. They did that on purpose. So Herbert Schwartz is either a member of the Gestapo, they don't have Gestapo uniform here. But I believe he is the base manager. But no, that would put Albert above him, right? Interesting. Yeah, we'll go ahead with the interview, I guess.
Miss Katz, is there anything I can do for you?
Paula, where can I find the office of Mr. Peters?
Oh, no problem. It's down the hall, last office on your right, opposite to the kitchen.
That will be all for now. Thank you, Paula.
Always happy to help.
I'm going to play this game in my free time. The problem is streaming this is awful. There's no way you guys would put up with me doing this for a long time, but I could totally see myself getting off of work and sitting for 4 hours just reading the case files and trying to work things out. You know what I mean? Like, I actually really enjoy wondering, like, who is Herbert Schwartz? He considered this gentleman a colleague, right? So he's not just a worker. He is an official. Presumably, these are all officials, except he only has a worker's lapel. He appears to be Gestapo. So I'm guessing he is a base leader, and that this right here is Herbert Schwartz, right? And the only way that I would know that is we read this, there's an interview. He refers to Alfred Faltman as a group leader of the local group tasked with catching the criminal. Came to his office. So he works out of an office, a base leader would. Do you see what I'm saying? So right. And then this is just an order. We don't really need to worry about Holmet or whatever. This is Ludmilla. This is them talking about their decision against these people. This was signed by P. Bastian. This is Jan Newman. He was just interesting. That also doesn't say a whole lot. Yeah, we're going to talk to Mr. Peters, and then we're going to do ourselves an interview.
What?
Bad time?
Not like there's any other. But yes.
Mr. Bauer told me we should work together.
Right. The court preparations. Paula has already given me the protocols of yesterday's interrogation. I haven't got around to reading it yet. But there is no point discussing it before you've met the witnesses anyway.
Peters.
Cuts?
Thank you for thinking I'm a total beginner.
Oh, you're welcome. Someone has to do it, since Mr. Bauer apparently overestimates your abilities. And while we're at it, don't forget to bring some evidence. I don't want us to improvise the whole thing.
That's obvious, Peters.
Good. As soon as you think you're ready, come by and we'll get it over with. What does she want now? Yes, Paula.
Excuse me, Mr. Peters, but I have a message for Miss Katz.
I'm listening, Paula.
The witness you asked me to contact, Hermann Kiebitz, just arrived.
What was your impression of him?
Ordinary man. A bit, how do I say this best without seeming unprofessional?
If you two could stop chatting, some of us need to get back to work.
Unpleasant. I think that's the right word. Unpleasant.
Thank you, Paula. I'll be right with him.
So, age new tutorial available. Okay, we got basic controls, interactions, dialogue choices, sure. Radio menu, notebook, case file. Wait.
Good morning. My name is Esther Katz.
A pleasure, miss. Could you tell me how long I have to wait for the prosecutor?
Mr. Kiebitz, I'm the prosecutor here.
Oh, modern times, I guess. How long will this take?
Won't be too long.
Good. So, let's get this over with.
This is about the arrest of Hans Naumann in Munich on April 28, 1945. According to a witness, 2 men picked up Mr. Naumann from his apartment. Were you one of them?
You're pretty, you know that?
Mr. Kiebitz, were you one of those men?
No, I wasn't. We drove to the house. Then our group leader and Mr. Schickert got out of the car to arrest the men.
So Alfred and Mr.
Then
Schickert.
they tossed the old man into the car and headed to the district office.
The district office. Where was it located?
We just had moved it into the basement of an old brewery, still stuffed with beer bottles and barrels. District Leader Schwartz came out and gave the command.
So District Leader Schwartz is the Gestapo guy. The HUD shows the current goal and the names of people present in memories. In this case, you go to your office and inspect the files, enable the HUD present. What? Open tutorial. What does it say? Okay, it doesn't help me. So, Schwartz. Anything else I can click? No.
What command? What did he say?
He ordered us to execute the man. Then he left. I felt uneasy. This wasn't right.
So that's probably Kibitz.
We followed group leader Falkman to the cell. There was tension.
Okay, so Faltman was...
This must be the cell.
We all entered the cell.
Could you describe the cell?
Very basic. Mattress, window, chair.
So that's Faltman. Yeah, he's the one that did the execution. The guy who... Okay. I wish these were American names. I'm sorry, but I'm having a hard time keeping track of the Kibitzes and Faltmans and stuff because they're uncommon names in English. It's harder for me to remember all the names.
What was Mr. Faltman doing?
Group leader Falkman seemed to hesitate. He shared my concerns about killing the old sod. He told us to wait.
Okay.
Yet Schickert insisted. He referred
Schickert?
to that new order about dealing with insurgents.
Schickert, Faltman,
He was
and
such a stickler
Herman.
for the rules. He could be really annoying about these things.
I want to interact with that. I'm curious about that, but let's see what he says.
What did he say?
He insisted that any delay would constitute treason. And treason must be reported, he said. The refusal to obey orders would be of interest for the Gestapo.
Because he was just a worker.
Open threat of being denounced. We did not dare to act.
Were the compartments prepared to host prisoners?
Kind of. We adjusted them, so our prisoner could stay there for interrogations and not get out.
Was your local group in contact with other local groups?
Just in Bavaria, there were 28 local groups. We were in constant contact with them.
What were your local group's responsibilities in the very last days of the war?
We were responsible for all concerns and for many households within Munich. Above all, we tried to eliminate insurgencies.
How did you ensure the energy supply?
The district struggled to produce enough energy. There were frequent power failures. For emergency, we had a generator. If worst came to worst, we used oil lamps. The tension was strong. Group leader Faltman ordered us to wait once more. But Schickert drew his gun and shot him.
Schickert did not fuck around, dude.
What weapons did the people present have?
Should be a
Standard issue
7.65 millimeter.
We could wish. Those were the last days. We had almost nothing left. Rifles, pistols, ammunition. We had to use whatever was somehow left, or what we managed to get out of the ruins.
Interesting. I should ask Paula if she can find any information about this.
So here's the thing. He died to a 7.65 millimeter standard issue weapon. That's what it said in the case file. If they didn't have standard issue weapons, then they lied about the caliber of bullet that was used on him in the autopsy.
For how long were the prisoners held in these cells?
Mostly around a week.
They must have had petrol to run the generator, or to destroy evidence.
I'm just looking for as much additional information as possible. I want my case file stacked. I have a feeling that things interact in order.
With the district office being a brewery, you helped yourself to the stocks?
Of course not. How could you assume something like that? We may have had a drink or two, but never on duty.
I think I'm still missing something. How did Mr. Schwarz's office look like?
Quite fancy given the circumstances. Leather chair, massive oak desk. District Leader Schwarz cared about showing off.
What were Mr. Schwarz's responsibilities as a district leader?
He was responsible for organizing relief measures for the party during air raids, coordinating local groups, providing food and emergency quarters. He had also found the brewery for us and organized the move.
Oh, there is a lot here. Hang on.
How was your relationship to Mr. Schwarz?
He treated me fairly and friendly. I learned a lot from him.
How was working under Mr. Feldman?
Great. He was a good leader and a better man. It was a pleasure to work with him.
So Schwartz, then Faltman.
People might have disagreed. We had our share of malcontents in the group. But he knew how to deal with them effectively.
Interesting. I should ask Paula if she can find any information about this.
Okay, so we got a couple more. Wait.
How did you and Mr. Schickert get along?
He and I didn't have much to do with each other. We were just part of the same local group. He was no feast for the eyes, a cranky guy, strange, always strict with his work but annoying from time to time. He was obsessed with Prussian virtues.
What were your responsibilities in your local group?
Most of the time I accompanied District Leader Schwarz and drove him when he needed a driver.
Oh.
To convey power and discipline.
You remember the driving statement earlier? So Ehrman was the one that was driving Schwartz around. Damn.
Was Mr. Schwarz involved in the execution?
He gave the orders, but the members of the local group were responsible for carrying them out. Surely you can't expect a busy man like the district leader to attend every execution in person.
There was no execution order in the files I got. If it exists, I should check if I can get my hands on it.
Okay, there's gotta be something else we can interact with. Oh, we got papers.
Did Mr. Schwarz even get to see the victim, Hans Naumann?
Not entirely sure. He was in his office when we brought the perpetrator.
The victim?
The victim into a cell.
If Schwarz didn't see the victim, did he know they had the wrong man? What did he know?
Need to somehow investigate Schwarz. There's gotta be something else. Because it says... Oh, there is more. Let's go.
Were there any other prisoners at that time?
Obviously, yes. We had to put the traitor somewhere. We adapted part of the storage rooms as cells.
Wait, that means... Oh, someone died in there.
Were summary executions common?
In those days, yes.
Why did you relocate the office?
Because of a big air raid. We wanted to be underground. We also would be safe.
All right, we're missing one thing, chat. We're missing one thing. We're missing one piece of additional information. Ideas? Fuck. I want whatever it is. Maybe there's something more in here that I'm missing. One of these guys. No. Okay. All these damn... whatever they are. They look like a repository for ID cards or something. There's fuel in the corner. That's particularly odd. Oh shit, I can't find the last thing. There's one more thing and I'm missing it. I haven't checked the ceilings or the floors very carefully. Maybe I didn't unlock it because I did it in a weird order. The thing that gets me is I hear a rat. What? What did I say that was funny? Have I hovered over something? Ah.
I can still hear the sirens in my head. They seem to last forever. But it may just have been a minute full of despair. If you survived it.
We got it, boys.
So what you are saying is, Schickert shot the old man against Mr. Feldman's order?
Exactly.
That's horrible.
These are brutal events you're getting to hear here. Are you sure you're up for it? Honestly, no one would think this is a job for a woman. What do you have to prove? I will file a formal complaint.
What would you like to complain about?
About talking to you instead of a real prosecutor.
I see. Well, if you think that's necessary, go ahead. Thank you for your time, Mr. Kibitz.
Goodbye, Miss Katz.
If you have a moment, I have something for you. So, I've done some digging beforehand.
Yes?
And found something potentially useful for you. The brewery's blueprint. I put it in your office on the corkboard. I thought it might help you to have more of a physical understanding of the crime scene.
I need some additional files.
Something specific?
One of the suspects mentioned something interesting about Mr. Feldman.
I think I'm gonna finish here.
If there was anything strange happening with his subordinates. Threats, blackmail, anything?
Hang on.
Of course. I'll start looking. Anything else?
According to the suspects, the shooting was ordered by the deceased Mr. Schwartz. But I saw no copy of such an order in the original case's files.
It's getting late too. I want to get off here.
I'll look into it right away. Anything else?
I need information on the equipment used by the local group. weapons mainly. As bureaucratic as the NSDAP was, they must have kept some sort of record.
Of course.
There's a kitty on the wall.
Anything else?
Where exactly is this corkboard?
Oh, I hung it up right next to your desk, so you can easily find it.
Okay.
Thank you, Paula, but what can I exactly do with it?
It should help you reconstruct and remember the different testimonies. On it, you can mark and note who said what, and more importantly, who did what over the course of the crime. I thought it might help you to have more of a physical understanding of the crime scene.
I'm about to wrap up, Laszlo.
I think that will be it for now.
I hope it can help you with the preparations for Mr. Peters.
I'm sure it will. Thank you, Paula.
Dude, honestly, I quite like this game. It's definitely a slow burn. I don't know how great a game this would be to stream. Like, I streamed a little bit of it tonight, and it's definitely intriguing to, like, sit down and work through who did what and when. Like, this is cool, man. There are blueprints and everything. Crime is divided into 5 steps. Each step is connected to a question that you answer by editing the blueprint. You can move the figures around to display their locations and assign them actions. Select a character and give them an action to answer the first question. Okay. Carl Schicker hallway. Nothing. Okay. Oh. He gives the order. Assign gives order. Assign gives order. Ah. All right. We're going to wrap up here, though. It actually won't let me exit this. Shit. Okay. So, fuck. Schwartz gave the order. Assign gives order. No, Mr. Faltman. Oh. Schwartz did. Oh, I see. Okay, can I go to... How do I go to step 2? There we go. Oh my god. Stop. Play. Gives order. Pot. Oh, I don't like this. We need the after the gives order. See, I can't step through. There we go. Oh, I double clicked. Who went to the cell where Mr. Newman was held captive? Okay. This is not reconstructed yet. He defies order. I am clicking like crazy, dude. There we go. Who threatened the Gestapo if the order was refused? Schickert. Who shot Mr. Newman? Schickert. There we go. We did it. Oh, wait. We got a problem. Maltman moved to hallway. He was here. Then they go into the cell. Faltman defies the order. Thank you, Laszlo. Schickert threatens. And shoots, yeah. Right? I got that right? I believe that's correct.
My theory is made. I have my files. I think I'm ready for the meeting with Peters.
Except I'm not going to do it. I'm going to save. Save game, and we're going to wrap up. I'm sorry, Laszlo. You came at about 5 hours into stream. I'm going to be wrapping up. You can always follow me on Twitch if you want, or YouTube works too. Oh, man, I wish it had a better sale. It's really, really hard to justify $20 for a game, especially when I'm on the fence about streaming it, you know? And the only reason why I'm on the fence about streaming it, it's not that it's not a good game. It's that I know me and I get real nitpicky and I'll spend... Oh, really? Do I just go talk to Mr. Peters and it's over? Hang on. I'm afraid there's going to be another long-winded conversation with choices and stuff. It's like, fuck, man. No hate for the game, but damn, I am tired. I've been streaming for 5 hours now. I worked a 48-hour shift just yesterday. I'm ready to go make something to eat and fuck off. I haven't felt good all day. So, like, I'm in a good enough mood. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, so we're here. The problem is I can't look into my case files, make any more notes or anything because...
My theory is made. I have my file.
Mr. Peters, is that this asshole?
Honorable Miss Cutts, would you be ready then?
I think so. How are we going to do that?
I will act as defense and court, and you will do your part.
But have you studied the case well enough to actually help me here?
Yes, I did. Some people have to take their work seriously, you know. Anyway, you present your prosecution, support your conclusions with evidence, and win the case. And I'm trying to stop you from doing just that.
Are we doing that right now?
Piece of cake. For one of us, at least.
Yeah, no. Oh.
His execution was ordered by Herbert Schwarz, the district leader for the city of Munich. As the highest-ranking person involved, he bears the main responsibility for Mr. Norman's death. Mr. Schwarz is unfortunately deceased, and as such cannot be tried. This does not, however, absolve his subordinates of their culpability.
Objection. According to the witness statement, it was Mr. Schickert who gave the order. Can you support your claims with meaningful evidence?
Witness
Certainly,
testimony.
Mr. Chairman. If you would take a look at this.
Oh, God, I actually have to... No, I'm not, no. No, I'm not digging through this right now. I'm way too tired. I'm going to have to pick the correct report to prove that I'm not proving my case right now. I'm too tired for that. I could see it taking an hour and a half. If you know what to do, you could play through it really quickly, but no, I'm not. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not going down that rabbit hole of looking at... That's the whole thing I was worried about, was that I was going to have to go through case evidence and stuff. We could do that at the beginning of stream tomorrow. I'm too fucking tired for that. I should have just left it where I was. That's a bit frustrating. I was hoping it wouldn't rope me into anything convoluted, and then it immediately roped me into something convoluted. And it's like, I can figure it out. It's not that it's too difficult. I am just way too tired to do that right now. I didn't even really want to stream today, not trying to be negative. I just didn't feel good. And I was like, nah, I better, because I've been so hem-hawy about streams lately. I need to I needed to just bite the bullet and do it, you know. But maybe at the beginning of stream tomorrow, we'll go through and we'll run through that case. See, what I was thinking was that something like that would happen, and that I would look through the case files to try and find substantive evidence to prove exactly what he just asked me for. I thought we were just going to have a conversation, cutscene, going to court, the end, you know, thank you for playing the demo. But no, it's like, you're actually going to do the whole court case with me, and fuck, I can't, not right now. I really, really like the premise of that game. I wish a lot of the games I liked, I wish I weren't poor. I won't say I'm poor. I wish I weren't broke. It's a better way to put it, because I'd love to play Repo with you guys. I'd love to buy and play Schedule 1. It was a lot of fun. Being a drug dealer was really cool. A lot more meditative than the last one I played. But I have to say, the Darkest Files, it's insane that someone gamified a note-taking system and actually did a good job. They actually did a solid job of gamifying a note-taking system. And I had considered that for a long time because there was a note-taking system in Myst 5. There was a note-taking system in Myst 5 that was really good. Not quite that good, but better in a way. So when you play the Myst games, they can be so convoluted. A lot of people kept notes in order to beat the games. So what they decided to do was, well, if you're going to play this on PC, we're going to give you a notebook that you can type in, and you can take pictures of things in the environment, and it will draw a picture of it actually in the notebook. So if you have a puzzle you're trying to figure out, you could look at the puzzle, you could capture it, and then you can make notes about it. And that was so cool. Yeah, I've played and beat Quern. Yeah, Quern is good. To be fair, Myst 5 is the weakest Myst game behind Uru, in my opinion. I think Uru is the least fun. But its note-taking system was really good. Quern is okay. I mean, it was good. They have a new game from the creators of Quern called Dimhaven. That's also on my to-play list. The problem is the games that I get donated to me, or the games that chat asks for, are rarely the games that I actually personally want to play. Not that they end up being bad games or anything like that, but it's interesting that I have such a gigantic playlist of games, and only really a handful of them are games that I want to play for me, you know? But Dimhaven, I think it's called Dimhaven Files, is one that I want to play. Dimhaven Enigma. We could play maybe we'll play the demo this week, because there is a demo for this, and it's from the creators of Quern. And Quern was a fun game. So it's a good puzzle game, or it's almost definitely going to be a good puzzle game. I just haven't had a chance to play it or buy it. How expensive is it? Oh, it's pre-release. I thought it had come out already. But I love the art style of this. The creators of Quern did a good job coming up with a neat art style. Steam just doesn't work, man. And then all I did was full screen it, and it freezes. Steam. Dude, Steam has really been struggling lately. Its video playback has always been jank.
Hey, yeah.
Thanks for waiting until I go to YouTube to look it up, to finally start playing it in the background to be obnoxious. Is my internet just slow? Oh no, this is YouTube ad jank. The interesting thing about YouTube ad jank is that it sometimes tricks the video into thinking that my buffering is slow. Why is the quality of that so low? Why is the quality of the trailer so low? Yeah, is it just me, or is the quality absolute garbage? The quality of this video is so super compressed.
Hey, yeah. It's been way too long. And I'm really sorry for that. Recently, I ran into some major obstacles that could put my research at risk. I found something.
Dimhaven? It was such a lovely place.
This reminds me of another game I played, and I can't think of what it's called now.
Why are you visiting now?
The Diary of...
My uncle. He went missing.
Diary of Esther? Something like that. But I love a fantastical place where you have a first person, like, stylized realism. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's whimsical and fantastical, but fundamentally as a puzzle game, oh. No. It's not there's Dear Esther in another game. I always get them confused. They're nothing alike other than being a puzzle game, but it's not Dear Esther, it's another one. I've played it. Let me go under mislikes and I'll show you what I mean. I feel sorry for Laszlo. Laszlo popped in. I'm like, yo, I'm getting off of here. And is what it is. It's cool though. Mislikes. It will be in my mislikes almost definitely. Give me a second. See, it's not Dear Esther. It is not. Although Dear Esther is fun, but it's more of a walking simulator than a puzzle game. I enjoyed Call of the Sea. I think it's underrated. Oh, wow. Is it not here? Hang on. Yo, is it not here? Hang on. This is all Mundown. I need to play that. That's one that was recommended and I want to play. And it is not listed here. Fuck. Game where the player returns to their family home in Maine. It's not Gone Home. It is not Gone Home. Puzzle game consisting of multiple stories revolving around home in Maine. Fuck. It's not The Vanishing of Ethan Carter either, no. It's interesting because of all of those, this one is my favorite. It's, in my opinion, better than Dear Esther. It's better than The Vanishing of Ethan Carter, and I cannot remember the fucking name of it, and I have played it. It is a 3D game. It is not a platformer. It is played, so it's under played games. It's one of these 207. Jesus Christ. It will not be recent. It was a long fucking time ago. I'm going slow because I don't want to miss it. This is the correct era. Although I believe it was around the time of Quern, which is interesting because I don't see it listed, but this is by year. So I played a lot of games that year. I forgot that I played Ghostbusters. It wasn't 2023, was it? If it was 2023, I'm tripping because it was before Dear Esther. Was it a different platform? Please don't be a different platform because I will never figure out what the fuck it was called. If it was a different platform, I am so fucked. Because Google's not helping me out. It was way before In Sound Mind and stuff. I must have played it on something else. Give me a second. It is not Vanishing of Ethan Carter. It is not. Not even fucking close. Although it is weird how many games take place in Maine. That had never occurred to me before. Because this game was a series of stories that there were fantastical stories revolving around a family and their family home in Maine. And the main character, the player character, a woman, I believe, returns to her family home. And as she navigates the home, she uncovers the stories her family told her about the home and all the fantastical things that may or may not have happened. She had a brother that went insane. He worked at a fishery and all day long would envisage like being a great king in a fantastical world. And if I remember right, he ends up unaliving himself. A little girl who becomes convinced that she is like a forest cat and climbs along the trees. There was a horror story that was partially a comic book. It was so good, and I can't remember what it's called. What Remains of Edith Finch? Yes! Dude, if it is not in here... They've removed What Remains of Edith Finch, I think. I think they've removed What Remains of Edith Finch.
Hey, yeah.
Because I owned this game, dude.
If we live...
This is one of the best games I've ever played in my life. Oh, was it? Yeah, What Remains of Edith Finch is one of my all-time favorite puzzle games ever. It is so good. And I can't believe I forgot it.
Maybe we'd have time to understand things. But as it is, I think the best we can do is try to open our eyes. And appreciate how strange...
I mean, to be fair, every single one of you guys are hit and miss. Not to say you guys don't have some really base takes. Not to say you guys don't recommend some great games. But as is always the case when you're talking about any kind of media, whether it's movies or books, at least 3 out of 4 are going to be mid or right? Because roughly 50% of games are mid. That's why they're mid, right? So that's 2 out of 4 right there. And then one of them is almost definitely going to be bad. So that's 3 out of 4, right? So that fourth one is going to be the gem. It's going to be good. And then I would say probably 1 out of 25, maybe 50 that I've played are like life-changing. What Remains of Edith Finch, one of my all-time favorite games. I actually want to do... I thought about doing a YouTube video where it literally is, I've streamed video games for 5 years to 3 people, and these are the best games I've played. Like, that would be the whole idea behind it, right? And then I literally just go through my played list, and I rank, like, the 10 best games I've played. Like, what are the 10 games that I really fucking enjoyed? The problem is that there are probably games that people won't like in that list. So take Soma and Still Wakes. Still Wakes especially, but Soma as well. Very linear. It's a linear game, right? There's not a whole lot of choice. There aren't really multiple endings. What happens is what happens. You don't have a whole lot of choice anywhere. You're just kind of being pushed through a narrative. The stories are 10 out of 10. The problem is that the gameplay itself is very linear. You know what I mean? But then there are games that give you a lot of choices and have multiple endings that aren't nearly as good. That's true. That's true. But games are different. Games are different in that a person has agency, right? A person has agency in a game. And yeah, right. So what you want to do is not pigeonhole a player into only one solution to the entire game, whatever the goal of that game is. I will say, though, that even in games where you don't have a lot of agency and you are sort of shuffled along toward a particular end, sometimes the game format, whether it's a first person or a third person or a 2D or whatever, sometimes the format of the game is literally meant to just accentuate a story. So, like, Still Wakes and Soma aren't really games. In a weird way, they're not really games. They're interactive movies that are portrayed from the perspective of the protagonist. So they're like interactive first-person movies. Yeah, I do think, I know a lot of people don't like Still Wakes as much, but I think Still Wakes is the grounded Soma. So Soma is incredibly fantastical. It has a lot of really highbrow philosophical questions. There's a lot of depth there. But Still Wakes is I would argue, just as philosophical, but it's a grounded philosophy. It is about accepting that there are serious consequences to the mistakes that you make, right? When you act out brashly in response to something and you cause a problem, there are going to be consequences for that. And no matter how hard you try to run from those consequences, they will always inevitably bite you in the ass. And so often, what you have to do is accept the consequences, move forward, and try to do better. It's really simple, right? It's a very simple theme, but it works incredibly well because you start the game working on an oil rig because you're trying to dodge the police, and you end the game unaliving yourself in order to save your family. I loved the ending. I loved it. So Still Wakes is way more grounded than Soma. Soma is better. Like, objectively, Soma is better. But like, if we're talking about first-person narrative games, they'd probably be my two favorite. One that is very grounded in reality, and one that is much more fantastical and philosophical, right? And they both technically are cosmic horror, and they both do a good job of cosmic horror, in my opinion. I think the reason why I like Still Wakes, and this is going to make me biased, is it is a Stephen King novel in video game form, is what it is. Soma is like if William Gibson decided to write the most horrific story you'd ever read. Soma is almost a Michael Crichton horror. I could actually see Michael Crichton writing Soma, actually. The problem is that William Gibson and Philip K. Dick did a lot of those questions of what it takes to be a human in a futurist story. Like, they did, that was their thing. So if you don't know, William Gibson is the Neuromancer, the Sprawl trilogy, that Johnny Mnemonic, and all of cyberpunk basically comes from two authors. Philip K. Dick, who did Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which became Blade Runner, and William Gibson's Neuromancer, which became Johnny Mnemonic and influenced like The Matrix and shit like that. That's why I said William Gibson. I don't think Philip K. Dick would write a Soma story because it's too dark. Although the ambiguous ending is very Total Recall. Yeah, so the problem and the thing that I think makes the Still Wakes ending interesting. You get to see the morning before, which fucking broke me. But you don't for a second question the certainty of your action. But realistically, you and a lighter are going to prevent this cosmic horror from taking over the globe? Really? That's the unsettling thing. The heater stuff. I don't remember the heater stuff. But dude, there are some games I've played that would have to, they'd have to go on a list. I'd have a hard time picking 10. Outer Wilds, Soma, Still Wakes, What Remains of Edith Finch. I actually really liked the third BioShock, but I don't think I'll touch that one because it is 50-50. Faith, Darkwood, the best 2D horror games I've ever played. Celeste, Hollow Knight, the best platforming games I've ever played. Puzzle games, the best. Well, see, that would be What Remains of Edith Finch, Talos Principle. Myst, obviously, but Myst is kind of cheating because that was from my childhood. I'm trying to think of games that I didn't have any connection to from my childhood that I played as an adult and liked. Because I feel like I do remember the heater stuff. You had to warm up by the heater. I do remember that. I do remember that now, yeah. I mean, it makes sense, but I don't know. That didn't bother me. I forgot that was even a thing until just now. I do have a problem, though. I just realized I have a problem. There are like small games, too. Like, what are the best small games that I've ever played that are legitimately small, that are shorter indie games? I think Northern Journey would be in there. Northern Journey I hated so much at the start and ended up loving after I played it. Yeah. But by the end of Northern Journey, it became one of my favorite retro FPS games of all time. Legitimately. One of my all-time favorite retro FPS games. Undertale was really good. I don't have the same love for Undertale a lot of other people do, even after playing it. It's just good. I don't even think it'd make my top 10. I'm going to be honest. I don't think it would. Yeah, Northern Journey is really high up there. Celeste, it would be on that list. I feel like Half-Life 2 would probably be on that list. Hang on. At Dead of Night, really, really good puzzle horror game. I ranked that one pretty high, actually. I don't know if it'd be top 10, though. Like, if I had to do only 10, let me hold my fingers up as I do this. Only 10. Only 10 games. Hang on. Got an itch. Makes it hard to hold my fingers up. Alien Isolation. Alien Isolation is up there. I really liked Observation. I'm going to hold off on that. I liked Alien Isolation more, but that is, you know what? We're going to do a notepad. It'll be easier. Control N. Okay. So we're going to have ourselves two lists here. So, Alien. I think this is a colon, right? Yeah. Alien Isolation. I don't know how I managed to. Oh, it's this keyboard, man. I never did get used to this keyboard. I'm going to create another list, and down here will be Observation. I actually really quite liked Observation a lot. Moons of Madness was okay. It's not in my top. Metro is okay. Also not in my top, though. I'm going to be honest. Undertale, neither. I actually really liked Voyager 19, but it's definitely not in my top. Glitch Daddy, that would maybe get an honorable mention. As would Broken Reality. They are very good, but top 10, like what I'm basically doing is I'm rating emotional resonance, right? So here's the thing. There are games that play really well that are a lot of fun. Metro, Half-Life. But I didn't experience any kind of profound internal change like you would with a really good movie. The original Subnautica. I might... No, yeah, the first Subnautica is almost definitely on that list. It's almost definitely on that list. At Dead of Night, that's more questionable. Oh, I've got to get used to this keyboard. I'm going to have to start doing typing tests again. Outlast is, as far as horrors are concerned, a legit fun horror. But again, this is my honorable mention list. A Firmament was not, no, sadly. Nascence looked beautiful. It's not. Faith is definitely on this list. Probably the best 2D horror game I've ever played is Faith. I'm not going to count Myst because those were games from my childhood that I loved because I played them in my childhood. Darkwood, the second best 2D horror game I've ever played. Other than that one I played recently, dude, Obra Dinn. I think Obra Dinn is just going to go on our honorable mention right now. I actually really liked Call of the Sea. I liked BioShock Infinite too, but a lot of people don't. Hollow Knight. It's not even honorable mention. It's up there. Oh, I might as well put Celeste as well. Celeste. Games I know are going to be on here. Soma. Steel Wakes. This is going to start getting hard. The Talos Principle. No. Honorable mention. Fuck. We literally just got done talking about it. What remains of Edith? So one of the issues, the reasons why you notice it takes me a while to type is because traditionally I use the right shift to capitalize, but this keyboard doesn't have a right shift. So oftentimes I get hung up on capitalizing stuff. Outer. I mean, it does technically, but it's also the inner key, so you have to be careful about it. Outer Wilds has to go on there. Abduction, actually. I did not play that until I was an adult, and I quite loved it. Are these all the ones that I've played? That's it? There were some on other platforms. Am I missing something? Didn't stream it. Cyberpunk 2077. Okay, so these are the played ones in here. Fuck, yeah. I mean, I guess it's just been a while since I played it. I don't know, man. I feel like Infra is honorable mention. Infra is a lot of fun, but I didn't feel like there was a significant emotional, I don't know how to explain it. Like there was not as much catharsis with that game because you just uncover a plot. Do you know what I mean? And to be fair, you could maybe make the same argument about a couple of these other games like Northern Journey. Like, are we talking like, oh man, it's so hard. It's so hard. It's so hard because what makes Infra good is the gameplay. The gameplay is actually really good. It's a good investigation game. Right? And we're not even getting into like GOG or Epic or Game Pass games. Yeah, there's not a lot of emotional charge. And to be fair, I mean, Abduction kind of does. Northern Journey, I don't think has a lot of emotional charge. Let me go to owned games, see what we got. I might play that in my free time. Yeah, no, nothing really stands out there. Epic doesn't have a lot of stuff either, I don't think. So Northern Journey is an outlier because it's one where I'm not a big fan of the art style. The gameplay mechanics are kind of mid. The story is just okay. The music is kind of fire. Fucking somehow, randomly, really good. But I just really fucking enjoyed it. But I think looking at this list, it would probably be the first one to be taken off. Like, I'd probably put Infra above Northern Journey. I put Subnautica. See, Subnautica actually does have it is pretty emotionally charged when you uncover the plot of the creature that's held captive. The Mother Leviathan. Right? Or the ship that gets shot down, or all your comrades have died. You know, like there is and the gameplay loop is also very solid. So there is some emotional charge in Subnautica, and the gameplay loop is solid. I really loved Abduction, but I don't think this would be on a list for everybody. Abduction I like because its setting is very reminiscent of where I grew up as a kid. It looks a lot like the desert where I lived. If I were recommending games to other people, I probably also wouldn't recommend Cyberpunk 2077. Not because I don't like it, but because they've probably already been recommended that game. If they're into Cyberpunk, they would probably enjoy it, right? Hollow Knight almost would get kicked off for that same reason because it's pretty big, as well as Celeste. But there have to be some good 2D games in here. I can't just say, oh, sorry, no 2D for you, right? But that narrows it down to 12. Observation is really high up. Oberdin is high up. Talos Principle is good, but it's such a die-hard puzzle game that even though there is some emotional charge there, it's not very strong, and I hate to say it. Same with Infra, I think. But here's the problem. Infra's gameplay is better, I think, than Soma and Still Wakes. It's better, and Alien Isolation. Between Soma Still Wakes and Alien Isolation has the best gameplay because you have to outrun a monster, right? You don't have to do that in Soma. And in Still Wakes, it's more scripted. Observation, really good. I think it's too short. I think it might be too short. It's a very good story, but it's too short, I think. Oberdin and Infra both suffer from kind of the same problem. There's that investigative aspect that if you like that gameplay style, you'll like it. But if you don't, you won't enjoy the game. I don't think I could remove anything else from this list, though. That is about as tight as it gets, and that's not including some other games I've played. But these are probably the best games I've played in the last 5 years, to be honest. That there are some other ones, like Forever Winter. I love this game, but nobody was into it, so I gave up on it, sadly. I'm tempted by this game all the time. I love the gameplay loop because it's so hard at first, and then you figure it out, and it's so much fucking fun. It is so ridiculously good. It's like playing in the movie Terminator Salvation or something. But yeah. I also, even though it's just a demo, Tenebris Somnia. That game, this is going to be the best. This is probably going to be my game of the year right here. I have a feeling that Tenebris Somnia is going to be the best game of this year. The Darkest Files will probably be up there too. Already really quite like it. I don't know that it'll be the best.
I think the best we can do is try to open our eyes.
Then there's, what is it, LVMM and
appreciate.
What was it called? Fuck. Hang on. Dome Keeper. Go to Dome Keeper. Go to Dome Keeper. Go to Bip and Bits. PVKK. I have a feeling this. I hear people like yelling next door or something. I have a feeling that PVKK, Tenebris Somnia, The Darkest Files, and probably Dim Haven, because it's from Karn. These are all going to be great games this year. I look forward to every single one of these. Oh, I'll check it. I'm just spitballing in my head trying to figure out like what's going to be the best of the best. Oh god, the quality is kind of bad. I forgot about the AI thing coming after you.
Shut the door, Cat. Lock it up.
What's happening?
Lock the door.
It's locked. What's going on?
Managed to piss off another one of WoW's monsters.
We have everything we need, right?
Yeah. Let's get to work.
We need to assemble your new body with the things you collected. Just stuff all of it into the suit with the dead body. Stuff the chip, the battery pack, and the gel into the power suit.
I remember this scene very clearly. I almost don't want to watch it again because it's the first big realization in the game, and it is the biggest foreshadower to the end of the game in the entire game.
This is crazy.
Don't worry, it'll work. Make sure it's all bunched together with the structure gel connecting all the parts. All right, try activating the suit from the terminal again.
I can't believe we're doing this.
It will be fine.
Then why don't we put you in the suit?
I was going to suggest that if you refused.
You'd go without me.
I need to do this, Simon. This is important.
Oh, yeah.
I need to launch the Ark.
You'd really do it. Change body.
Yes, if you want to stay here, I'm not going to stand in your way. I don't want to tell you what to do.
What would it be like before? Close my eyes and
then open them again.
All right. Let's do it.
Thank you, Simon. Go sit in the pilot seat in the next room. You might need to boot it up.
She's lying to him. I hate this. Because he doesn't cease to exist here. If I remember
You
right.
need to loop back the activity manifested by your current Cortex chip, run it through the amplifier, feed it into the new chip, and then make sure it's synced.
You lost me halfway there.
You don't really need to understand it. Just make them line up. You can climb into the pilot seat now.
Already?
I have everything under control.
I think about this a lot because I think about game development, and one of the reasons why I don't go too deep into it is because I have too high of standards. And I can't do dialogue on my own, and I think that only written dialogue is often overly cumbersome. There are few games that do written only dialogue well. Celeste does, actually. I think Hollow Knight actually does. They keep it so succinct that it's fine. You don't ever feel encumbered by the dialogue. You know what I mean? I love the Myst games, but sometimes they
Please, have a seat.
So much fucking reading. And it's not that I'm against reading, it's that it disrupts the gameplay loop. Like, you have to stop to read, and you have to realize that I read fairly quickly for an English speaker. Not everybody does. Somebody who reads really slowly, they have to stop like a really good moment in their game to read.
Sorry about any discomfort. This should be
Especially if it's important, like whatever it is.
with the most expensive camera in the world.
You know, Indian stock photos would steal their souls.
In this case, they'd be right.
There must be something wrong. Can't you run a diagnosis or something?
What was that?
No, it's just...
Why was it still talking?
It's the same like before.
Catherine, why was he still talking?
That's how it works, you know that.
What do you mean?
You know it's not magic. You were copied. The sleeping Simon in the seat was copied, and now you are here, just like Simon lived on in Toronto.
God damn you, Kath. 2 Simons? There can't be 2 Simons.
What did you think would happen?
That you were gonna take my mind and put it into another body, like a brain transplant.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a cut and paste, not a copy and paste, you stupid bitch.
I'm sorry, it wouldn't work that way.
You realize how messed up this is?
Please, I didn't mean to upset.
How did you expect me to react to this shit?
Please stop.
You're fucking disgusting. What's gonna happen to him?
He'll sleep for a while, a few days.
And then what? Wake up in this fucking nightmare again? All alone? So cruel.
Well, what do you want me to do with him? Make friends? Let him know that we have to leave him behind when we go into the abyss?
What if he didn't need to wake up?
God damn, it's such a heavy game, dude. Holy shit. It's such a fucking heavy game. It's so unnecessarily depressing. I'm going to try something really quick. If I disable filtering on this website and then close and then select a link, now it still does it, even with just uBlock. And I don't have Brave Shields up, which is interesting because it was Brave Shields that was giving me grief. Yeah, so that's a really interesting thing. And like from a technical standpoint, my perspective has changed on that a lot. I didn't realize how quickly we would have an approximation of human consciousness rendered to screen. Like that was magic when I was a kid. There's people were discussing it. Oh, it'll never happen, right? The Turing test is unbeatable. Turing test is not the right test. We realized really quickly once we made what we call modern AI that the fucking Turing test is not enough. Artificial intelligence is good enough to present itself as a human and trick most people. Like it just is. So what does it mean to be human? What does it mean to be conscious? Now, there is absolutely no argument that says that it's sentient. We know that artificial intelligence doesn't have sentience, or at least we're like 99.9% sure it doesn't have sentience. That's to say it doesn't have emotion. It doesn't actually feel anything, at least not in a conventional human sense. It does have stressors, I guess, or what's the word? Motivations. But see, neurons are also binary. They're either firing or they're not. The problem is that there's a whole lot of complex chemistry responsible for consciousness and sentience that we're trying to approximate using weights in a neural network. And it's simulacra simulation, right? Like, is the map the territory if the map is sufficiently accurate? That was the whole idea behind the game I was going to make, was a fantasy matrix was the idea, right? But the deeper philosophical question of the game I was planning to make was, at what point does the simulation become the real thing? How accurate does it need to be, right? If it's completely and totally indistinguishable, but we know that it's not the real thing, is it or is it not? Right? And the same is true for consciousness. So, you know, Simon thinks he's Simon. Simon is compelled to behave as Simon does, right? But is he Simon? Simon died of a brain disorder 100 years ago. You know what I mean? Like, if you have a map that accurately recreates your hometown to the point that you can walk around the map and go in stores on your map and blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's very good. That's again, though, like that takes a group of people. I think it's really hard to do something like that by yourself. I don't think you can. Or if you do, you're a genius. An actual genius, because like, you can be a good writer, or you could be a good developer, or you could be a good artist, right? But what are the chances that you're a top tier author, a top tier programmer, and a top tier artist, all three? No, probably not going to happen, or at least it's very rare. You literally are genius. Like I said, you're fucking the Leonardo da Vinci of video games. I could probably write a pretty good story, and my coding wouldn't be fantastic, but as in the case of something like Soma, it wouldn't need to be insane, right? It's just a first-person controller, a couple cutscenes, right? The art is where I would struggle, which is ironic, because if I were approaching this when I was like 14 or 15, it wouldn't be. That would actually be the one thing I wouldn't struggle with. Go fucking figure. So yeah, that's interesting. Man. Yeah, that's why you need small teams, but then you end up with a new problem. You have a new problem. As your team gets bigger, there is usually someone that has the spark of creativity, the oh God, I don't even know what you'd call it. They have the best idea of what a thing should be and what it should look like and how it should feel. They are the driving force behind what would make it a great thing. And the more people that are involved, the more that can get diluted. Yes, the more things you can accomplish because you have more people to help you, but the more that they're going to also work against you because they may disagree with you. So take someone like Christopher Nolan or Quentin Tarantino or Paul Thomas Anderson, and then give them a producer with billions of dollars who says, you can't make the movie that way. You've got to do this. You've got to do that. You've got to do this. You've got to do that. And slowly but surely, the thing that, Paul Thomas Anderson or Tarantino or Nolan, they were making gets diluted more and more and more and more and more to supposedly appeal to more and more and more people. And it becomes less and less great. So you have to be really, really careful about that. And I bet you, I don't know how you'd figure it out, but I bet you there's a sweet spot. I bet you there's a sweet spot where you can have like up to 5 or 6 people, maybe 10 or something. And then afterward, it's not just diminishing returns, it's just diminishing product. Your product is less than because you had 11 people instead of 10. So, but good luck finding, 9 people that are interested in helping you with your idea, especially if it was your idea to begin with. It's almost impossible. You basically just have to hire people who don't give a shit, that just want money. Dude, I am so sick of YouTube. It's worse now that I turned AdGuard off. It's so crazy. Wait, if I get rid of... Oh, yeah. I mean, this is every music producer ever, dude. This is literally every music producer you've ever seen. Every good one. Foley sounds and stuff? Oh, yeah. Where are they that bro needs a full scuba suit? He very obviously is standing. He's standing in the lake. He's not swimming there. Okay. The suit makes sense. Why the fuck does he have the snorkel? Like, it seems excessive, right? Like, bro, why are you wearing it? You're standing. You're fine. That snorkel is not helping you. I mean, even if you have it, take it off. You don't... It's like the dude that shows up with like a 1993 Nissan Altima that hasn't had an oil change in 50,000 miles, but he shows up the drag strip anyway, and he's got like a parachute and a fire suit and race seats and a cut off fucking exhaust, expecting that he's gonna break some world record. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, it's a little over top. The suit I get because it's Finland, it's cold. The snorkel's what doesn't make sense. Now, if it were here, I wouldn't even need a scuba suit. I'd walk out there in a pair of shorts. It'd be fine. But Finland isn't real. We know that. I'm looking for the YouTube short where the girl is so serious. Oh man, there's a chick that was on it. Something about Japanese fishing waters. Finland isn't real. Japanese fishing. It's you don't have a country. It's just ocean there.
Finland is not a real country.
Arr!
It is just a guys.
This is probably one of my favorite of the crazy conspiracy theories, because the guy that made it up doesn't even believe it himself, because it was a Reddit joke. So the conspiracy boils down to this. Finland, the country, doesn't exist, and in fact it's just part of the sea there. And yeah, the reason is, again, it's a leap, because the Japanese want uninterrupted fishing waters. The Japanese are well known for fishing things that are not really super legal, like whales and such like that. So they wanted waters where they were not impeded, 7,000 miles away. What? But it gets deeper. Russia is involved. Yes, that's right. Japan and Russia, the bestest of friends. Forever, always. They have always been best friends. The Trans-Siberian Railway was born because of this sea to transport the stuff that they're fishing in the Sea of Finland or whatever, all the way to Japan, under the guise of Nokia products. That's right. They're like, well, nobody in Japan has Nokia phones, and they do a lot of Nokia shipping. So, like, what's it actually, Japan? Anybody that claims to be Finnish or from Finland or anything like that is actually just part of eastern Sweden, including the city of Helsinki. It's part of eastern Sweden, or in some reports part of Estonia, to the point where people even go out of their way to say that Estonia's actual capital city, which is Tallinn, doesn't exist, and it's actually just Helsinki. Apparently, I don't know, according to this whole theory, in some threads, you can buy waterfront property in North St. Petersburg that is facing the Gulf of Finland, even though that is not. It's facing the country. So yeah, it's one of the more
With Thag smirking president. Oh, he played golf with the Finnish president? That's cool. Oh, are they making a new game? Oh, no, this is 11 years ago. Dude! This is wrong. This is not the worst ever fate in a horror game. That is not the worst ever fate. There is a worse one, but I can't remember what the game's called. Hang on. No, God damn it. This keyboard does the weirdest shit. Found it. Returnal. Oh, it might not be Returnal. I feel like the game that it actually was 2D. But there's a cosmic horror game where you effectively fight through hell, but you can never die. You just do it over and over and over and over. And then you finally think you've escaped, but at the end, you wake up and you're back there.
My God.
Hmm.
Rasnik.
That's what the game was gonna be, yeah. Good on your president. Mm-mm. He's smart because you can get in good with Donald Trump by just hanging out and kissing his ass. I swear to God. Mm. President Stubb and I look forward to strengthening the partnership between the United States and Finland, Trump said after a meeting on Truth Social. Is bro still not on Twitter? Doesn't Musk own it? No, it was smart. I'm not even kidding. Your president was smart for doing it. Donald Trump is weirdly obsessed with like being respected, viewed as a respectable figure. I think partly it has to do with the fact that he was lauded over as a businessman and then hated, still is hated, politically, and is often demeaned as an idiot or whatever, malicious. But that means that it's surprisingly easy to soothe his ego. If you behave in a respectable manner, that almost constitutes kissing his ass. Like, you don't even have to do the dirty work of actually kissing his ass. You know what I mean? Like, if you're just respectable and you try to have a good time with them, all of a sudden you get shit you want. It's weird. And the only thing I can figure is that he's hated so much that it's like, to have someone behave as though they don't fucking hate him is automatically good. I could be wrong, but that is really the vibe I get. Because it's generally, not always, there are definitely people that kiss Trump's ass, but there are also a lot of people who... Oh my God, dude. What? Two objects that are the... GG, okay. Fucking thing. Oh, I know. Trust me, I know. I don't like the guy. I really don't. But I also think, like, the whole divisive nature of modern politics is not helpful. You're not accomplishing anything. Is that seriously your president?
Tiedätkö mitä? No. Mä lähetin Jyrkille äsken tekstarin ja kerroin, että mä oon putouksesta. Wow. No mitä? Ja mä sanoin silleen, että mitä jävä duunaa.
Please, Donald Trump, do this.
Ja tiedätkö mitä?
The news would be so funny if you did.
On se. No mitä se vastas? Duunaa jävä samalla se eroanomus. Kiitos Alexander Stubb.
How popular was he when he was elected? Like, how much of the vote did he get? I'm curious. Like, was it a tight race or? The Finnish national anthem? Everybody knows the Finnish national anthem. Watch that actually be the Finnish national anthem. Yeah, dude, I hate politics anymore. The thing that gets me is so many people are so... They're so obsessed with kissing their party's ass, right? And hating the other party that nobody gets anything done. Okay, I was like 50%. Well, yeah, duh. But of course, it didn't occur to me that there would be more than two, because it's very American to me. But no, so many people are just so... They spend more time hating opposition than supporting a platform they give a shit about. That's cool. You become some other thing. That's fair. I could see that. Yeah, I don't know. I've been seeing a lot of crazy stuff. I don't know if it's a conspiracy theory or not, but I saw some things where basically there is like a paid for resistance to Elon Musk in the United States. Like, I'm not even kidding. And here's the thing. I don't particularly like the guy. I think he's a halfway decent businessman, only because he is like crazy willing to take stupid fucking risks, which generally is good when it comes to like putting rockets in space and stuff. I don't think he's a genius. I don't think he designed fucking, electric cars, or he personally came up with rocket propulsion, or, you know what I mean? I'm not an idiot. The guy hires really intelligent people or steals from really intelligent people. Let's be real. It's what he does. But I think that there is like a concerted paid for effort in the United States to hate him even more, which is so funny to me because he wasn't really that liked before. You don't have to try so hard. And the reason why I think that's the case is because it's anecdotal, but there was a guy who straight up just said, no, yeah, I'm literally paid for by like Crowds on Demand or something, some company whose entire job it is to get paid to be a crowd for people. And they had a script and everything. It had a whole bunch of like funny anti-Elon Musk puns on a piece of paper. And like their job was to literally just be a crowd on demand and shout the things that were on that piece of paper. Now, how many people is that? Probably a very small minority, but you only need an incredibly small number of people to incite violence. We see it time and time again. So you embolden people who really are just all about hate, and then they go and firebomb buildings and shit. Why are we trying to incite violence? For one thing, like, doesn't matter what party you are, but you can't accuse the opposite party of being like terrorists and inciting violence and then turn around and say, we're going to incite some violence. Like, what's that? Don't do that. Don't you want to like take the high road? I don't know. The U.S. is so crazy. I think we got to get away from the two-party system. I think it's actually going to destroy the U.S. I don't know how to fix it, but they're just hating. Yeah. I've checked out completely. I'm done. There are people within certain parties that I like, but I don't like either party. And the people that I like, I only marginally like them in comparison to all the people that suck. But here's the thing. I don't really hate anybody in politics, really. There's a couple I really don't like in U.S. politics. I really don't like Mitch McConnell. I really don't like Nancy Pelosi. I don't know. I really don't like Trump, but that's just low-hanging fruit at this point. I really don't like Biden either. I really don't like Kamala Harris. I really don't like most of the people. Bernie Sanders is great. Too bad he'll never be president. I disagree with AOC on a ton of stuff, but I think that she believes in what she's saying. I think she is trying to be real and that she legitimately cares. And she really does believe that the solutions she proposes will solve things. I just think that she's wrong. But I can't dislike her because she seems like a real person who actually gives a shit. And that's, at this point, if you seem like a real human being that gives a shit, you're a better than average politician, period. That's literally all it takes. Oh, you care. Hell yeah. It used to be you care and you have real solutions to problems. Now I don't even care if you have real solutions to problems. I'm just glad that you give a fuck. That's sad. Yeah, I don't know why. I have a soft spot for AOC. I disagree with her on a ton of shit, but legitimately, I see her give impassioned speeches every now and then, and it's like, oh, she really believes this, and I fucking respect that. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I disagree with her. I think she's totally wrong about whatever. I think she's right about a lot of things too. But yeah. Bernie Sanders, I think, really gave a shit. Ron Paul, I thought, really gave a shit. His son's kind of a douchebag. But Ron Paul, I thought, actually gave a shit. And he really believed that the solutions he proposed would fix the country. You know what I mean? I respect that. I kind of miss Ron Paul because he sort of forced other candidates to act in good faith because he'd call them on bullshit all the time. And before him, it was Ralph Nader. Probably no foreign person remembers Ralph Nader, but Ralph Nader was an independent that did the same thing. He knew he was never going to get elected. So what he did was he would run and then he would bring up a bunch of topics the other candidates didn't want to talk about. And he would just grill them on it. And from his perspective, he's like, well, I won't get to be president, but they'll at least have to answer these really hard fucking questions because I'm here. And I respect that. Like, good on you, Ralph Nader. I approve, dude. You just made it really uncomfortable for them because you weren't afraid at all to answer those questions. I respect that. Oh, man. I totally respect Anja Collier. She came out with a video 3 days ago called "The Scientists Have Left the Building." And it's so accurate, dude. Like, we are conflating businessmen and politicians with scientists, and they are not the same. That's true. And also, if we do have solutions, like we legitimately have the solutions, we can fix the thing. The number of people that will disagree with you is so high that those solutions will never work because they will fight against those solutions tooth and nail. But what I was saying is that Angela Collier came out with this thing where she basically pointed out the hypocrisy of people like RFK and Elon Musk. RFK I respect more than Elon Musk. I respect him way more than I respect Elon Musk. I think he's wrong about a lot of things. But I think that RFK is actually a good human being. I think he's just wrong about a lot of stuff. Elon Musk, I am dubious about whether or not he's a good human being. I think he's a rich, greedy bastard who is way too worried about his own self-image. Yeah, that's the thing. I get disagreed with all the time, and well, it's weird with me because I'm always like nuance. Like, so for instance, Mornier brought up to me that they were going to try out universal basic income somewhere in Germany, and I'm like, well, there's a problem with that. I do think that universal basic income is a stepping stone to a post-currency society, which is generally where we're headed and where we probably need to be. There's a lot of people that calls Star Trek a communist space utopia, but they're not communist because they don't have currency at all. Maybe that makes them more communist, I don't know, but there is no currency in their society except when interacting with other species on a limited basis, right? And I think that ultimately we're going to have to move past the concept of currency, which is a real hard thing to do, because what do? Do we backtrack back to a bartering system? What? But with universal basic income, say that in the US, the Democrats support UBI, right? The Republicans don't. Well, that means that the Democrats can basically bribe a populace into electing them under the guise of, you get $1,000 a month if you vote for me. That's problematic, right? So UBI can only realistically work in a world where both parties do it, right? There's no Republican that's going to go against UBI once it's instituted somewhere because they want to get voted in. And then what that means is they can do things like, well, I know we called for the euthanasia of 70,000 people, but do you really want to lose that $1,000 a month check? And it becomes really, really problematic after that. Oh, he's so full of shit. There's a great, well, I won't say great. There's a good documentary that calls out all the bullshit on Elon Musk playing games. He's so full of shit. There are problems with that documentary, though. It's an old Quake Pro where he just uses a lot of ad hominem toward Asmongold and a couple other people. He also just talks shit about people that play Path of Exile and Diablo and games like that. And it's just so extra and unnecessary that, like, good. Like, you called out a lot of important things that people needed to know, but I don't like you now because you're just being a shitty human being. You know what I mean? Has his guests gotten worse? That's funny. What about the Studio Ghibli thing? They have, I mean, ChatGPT is now struggling because so many people are like, I want a Studio Ghibli dildo. I want a Studio Ghibli. Yeah, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, just random shit. Dude, I'm sorry. I know he knows a lot of comedians because he owns the mothership. He owns the mothership down there. But here's the thing. A lot of those comedians suck. Path of Exile 2. There's nothing too suspicious about this, except he's not very good at bossing. Yeah. Yeah, he's also spamming abilities when there's no one around for the ability to touch them. I just saw that. Here's the thing. It's pretty well confirmed that someone boosted and built these characters for him, right? So he's playing characters and games he doesn't know how to play with characters he doesn't know how to play. Or he only rudimentarily, right? So he's probably trying really, really fucking hard right now because he knows there's a camera on him. God, please tell me he didn't actually say that. The ice show speed working on a cock is pretty accurate for that statement. But no, dude, let me see. Quake Pro talks about Elon being a fake gamer. Yeah, this. Upper echelon, this video.
All right. Obviously, the very big story lately, you've probably...
Oh, wait. Is this him? I don't believe this is the same one, actually. Hang on. It's one I watched. It's not Quinn. It's not the Act Man. Fuck, who was it? I feel like it might have been Upper Echelon. But here's the thing. So, yeah. This one. It's this one.
With all this...
This guy. The Spud Hunter. He's the one. He's the one that... He calls out a lot of bullshit. And he's accurate. The problem, again, is just ad hominem. I have the $20 a month plan on ChatGPT. I'm thinking about getting rid of it. Honestly. I'm actually thinking about getting rid of it. I just don't use it. Temporary? What do you mean temporary? Oh. What is it? 01, 03? I have access to basically all the models. You can ask GPT for sources, and yeah. It's okay. I just don't use it. If I actually start game development, which fucking probably never happen, maybe I would then to help me with coding. No, it never looks cool. It always looks lame. I've tried the image generation. It never makes anything that I imagine in my head ever. I mean, I'll try it, I guess. What's the new one? Is it just the 4.0 model, or is it Sora or whatever? No, I'm not. I don't feel like doing it. I'm actually not. I just don't care about it. I know I'm sorry. Maybe tomorrow. But it's like 11 o'clock here, and I just don't give a shit about it. No, I'm good. We'll do it tomorrow, maybe. I've almost completely lost all interest in image generation. I will try it, I guess. But even with like Stable Diffusion and stuff, it always gets it technically accurate, but there's also, it's just soulless slop. It's all just slop. I've gotten to a point, I know it's not diffusion. I have used ChatGPT to generate images. I have a wallpaper that is a ChatGPT image, a really weird one if I still have it. Do I still have it? I don't know if it was before or after. It must have been before. Yeah, it must have been before updating to Windows 11. But I had a picture once upon a time that was, I mean, fuck, I can show it to you, I guess. But I don't know. This stuff. Like, it's okay. It's just AI slop. It looks like AI. I mean, this was, when was this? I was 2024 sometime. Late 2024, I think. Probably like November, maybe December. It's all slop. I really don't care. I will make something to make you happy, but I'm not going to be impressed with it. It's just more AI slop. Can you please make more AI slop of a teddy bear that is an assassin? It knew exactly what I meant when I said AI slop, too. Oh, wow. It's really slow. That's crazy. It's okay. It's a good approximation of an oil painting, I guess. I still think it's just AI slop. This would be really cool if a person had painted it. But yeah, I'm just not a fan of AI generated shit anymore. Like, I'm not doing that. I do not care. I don't even like Ghibli that much. I'm not one of those people. Ghibli's okay, but to me, it's just soulless stuff. It's like a conversation I had about guitarists. I said that the goal of making music, even as a guitarist, is to emotionally resonate with your audience. And the only emotion I experience with many guitarists today is, I feel impressed. That's it. It's very impressive that a computer can do that. But there is no emotion behind it. No one had a cool idea and made a thing. No one slaved over it. No one put any emotion in it. Some weighted ones and zeros magically produced an image with no feeling or soul behind it at all. And I just don't like it. I think there's way too much AI slop on the internet. I've gotten to where I'm also so fucking sick of hearing about AI. Like, I can't believe that it's so over fucking rated and talked about so ad nauseum that I wish we had never even dreamt up of AI. I'm going to be honest. I'm tired of hearing about it. It's all anybody talks about anymore. Everyone, we're vibe coding, bro. Shut the fuck up. You're not coding. You're having something do something for you, and you're never going to be able to fix it later when it breaks. You're going to have to hope that some new model of AI comes out that will fix the code you didn't write. You know, it's just, oh man, I'm so tired of it. I think the real downhill started with that fucking NVIDIA about the RTX cards. AI, with the power of AI, with AI powered blah, blah. It's like, fuck, man, God. I don't know. I want to move to a cabin in the woods. I'm done, man. And the reason why it upsets me too is because we're only a generation away from people that accept it as the new normal. Kids that are raised around it are going to think nothing of it. There's not going to be any real incentive to paint or make music or anything like that anymore. And people are like, well, you can do it for the love of it. Yes, but the love of it is not just the love of the thing, but the ability to share your internal world with someone else, but with mountains of trillions of images and works of art and music generated by AI. You're never going to be able to meaningfully share anything that you sweated over and created with the intent of sharing your internal world with someone else. We're literally walling ourselves in so that we can never share our internal world with anybody else ever again. It's sad. And I don't think future generations will know it. They'll just accept it as the new normal. And it's really, really, really sad. If it were just looking for, solutions to cancer research, that would be one thing. But yeah, that kind of bums me out. So, you can still paint and stuff because you love the act of painting, but if your goal was ever to share something really personal about yourself that you couldn't articulate in words, well, I'm sorry to say you're shit out of luck, man. Yeah, I've thought about this because every new big thing that comes out eventually is accepted. You know what? When the Industrial Revolution happens, right? When the Industrial Revolution happened, one of the biggest things was that horses were killed off. Like, lots of horses died because nobody used them anymore. Machinery took the place of horses. So, like, it caused the death of a ridiculous number of horses. It's really weird, but it's like a metaphor for our hopes and dreams, our creative hopes and dreams as a society. They're all being just killed off by the coming tech revolution. You can forget about it. And it's already, like, before AI, it was already so hard to make something and share it with the world and it actually be seen. And AI is going to get sufficient that it will never be seen. The only people you'll ever be able to share anything with will be the people directly related to you in your family. And in enough generations, they're going to be so desensitized to what is art that they're not going to even have the faculties to appreciate it the same way. If it's 2160 and you've been inundated with artificially intelligent generated artwork your entire life and music your entire life, and every movie you've ever seen, every book you've ever read was written by a machine. Those machines are so good at predicting what you want and what you will like that nothing anyone ever writes or creates will be as good in comparison ever again. Doesn't matter that it's real or that it's true. It really doesn't matter the media at all. Movies will be Movies will be made completely with AI. We're going to have infinite jest is what we're going to have. We're going to have an artificial intelligence that is so good at generating content that produces the dopamine and adrenaline and, you know, the euphoria that we want, that humans will be removed from all creative enterprises. There will just be trillionaire conglomerates that operate server farms that produce every ounce of media you ingest. And you'll be so hopelessly addicted to that media, it will be a new digital drug. I would not be surprised if media got so incredibly good at hooking people in that they will literally die. Like, it will kill them. There are already people who have spent, 84 hours playing a video game that they're obsessing over, and then they end up dying of dehydration and shit. Like, that's already happened. That's gonna, it's gonna be a drug. It's gonna be the new heroin, is what it's gonna end up being. And it's gonna be controlled by the most powerful and rich people in the world. And they're gonna cut out every low-paid, skilled worker ever. They're gonna be completely removed. So, because why would you pay artists? You can have a machine do it. Why would you pay writers? You can have a machine do it. And eventually, when there are no employees, why would we pay managers? The machine can manage itself. It'll be fine. It's going to be really, really wild to see. And I hate to say it, but I'm becoming a Luddite. I'm like, fuck that. I'm moving to the woods. I'm going to live in a cabin. I don't know what this world is becoming, but if it goes the direction I think it's gonna be its own little private hell. It's really sad. At least we'll have cures for cancer, though, like on the flip side. But I understand where Morinir comes from with his vitriol hatred of it. Part of it is that I'm just sick of hearing it in media all the time, but part of it is also that I can kind of predict the trajectory, and it's not good. It's not a good thing. If WALL-E were becoming real, that'd be cool. It's interesting because Skynet is not what I'm worried about. Weirdly. That's what we thought in the 90s, 100%, was, AI becomes self-aware, it hates humans, it kills us all. Doesn't need to. AI would be way better. If it wanted to kill us all off, it would just make us addicted to media, produce only the media that in the moment triggers the exact right chemicals in our brain so that we sit down, shut up, watch a movie till we die. That's what Infinite Jest is. It's a television show that's so funny it literally kills people. Never read it, by the way. I've never read Infinite Jest. I just know the synopsis of it. Anyway, I'm out of here, man. Have a good night, everybody. Well, all two of you. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll finish the Darkest Files. And I will generate more AI slop if you want. The problem is, I don't think it matters. There's this idea that, you can learn how to utilize AI. It will empower people. That is a cope. That is a cope. AI is not going to empower maybe the 0.0000001% of people that are already billionaires and trillionaires. They're the ones that are going to benefit. They're going to be even more empowered by AI. The average Joe is not going to be empowered by AI. Well, there are good things. Like I said, cancer research is a big thing. We might find solutions to faster than light travel and stuff. But why, when we have no art or music or anything that's real, we lose the reason for even being in the first place, which is kind of sad. Yay, I get to live 150 years now thanks to AI, but I never get to experience another genuine piece of media ever. I never get to share an emotion with a creator ever again. It's like this soulless husk of a really long life. I don't know. That's just me being a Debbie Downer. Maybe we will check out the DeepSeek models. Maybe we'll play around with some AI stuff. And there are definitely cool things you can do with it, but I believe that. I could probably run a crazily good model with a 3090, honestly. Maybe I should get the 5090. I mean, they say AI. Maybe it's really good. Who knows? We shall see. But yeah, until then, boys, I'm out of here. Good night.